Yeah. Okay, guys, it's Chip here on the floor of the chamber. Just give us a few moments and I will count you all down, okay? Okay then, everyone, counting down studio from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
London Assembly's plenary meeting. The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. May I remind members that in accordance with the current safety guidelines, face masks are encouraged to be worn in the chamber unless speaking or unless you are medically exempt. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of microphones, which must be turned on to speak, and please turn them off once you've finished contributing. In case of an emergency and any need to exit the building, guests seated in the public gallery should follow security staff and Assembly members should follow the meeting clerk. And can I now ask the clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm the names of the Assembly members who are virtually present in this meeting and any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have no apologies for absence today, and Assembly Member Garrett is attending the meeting virtually via Zoom.
Thank you. Can I now provide an update on some recent Assembly activity? This is the second meeting at the new home of London Government. The Assembly held the first Mayor's Question Time here last Thursday, and it's a bit warmer today. I think everybody can agree. Since that meeting, we've returned to our temporary premises in Union Street, where the Police and Crime Committee questioned the Metropolitan Police Commissioner on a number of issues, including findings from the Stephen Port murder inquests and restoring police trust with the LGBTQ+ community. And the Elections Review Working Group published the results of its review into the 2021 GLA elections, which included recommendations on how to improve the delivery of the 2024 GLA elections. May I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2 of the agenda, and can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the item on the agenda for today's meeting? There being none, on item 3, further to Standing Order 6.3. This meeting will be used principally to consider the Mayor of London's Draft Consolidated Budget for 2022 to 23. His proposals for that budget. We welcome the Mayor, who is accompanied by his Chief of Staff, David Bellamy, and the GLA Executive Director of Resources, David Gallie. I will begin by asking the Mayor to present his draft budget proposals. The Chairman of the Assembly's Budget and Performance Committee will then present the committee's report, which responds to the Mayor's consultation budget proposals. Following that, the Assembly will put questions to the Mayor on the budget section by section, in the order set out in the budget document, for up to 2 hours. Then finally, the Assembly will move to debate and vote on the budget. This is the first stage of a 2-stage budget setting process, and the Assembly is due to make a final decision on the budget at the London Assembly meeting on the 24th of February 2022. Can I also remind the Assembly that the Assembly's consideration of the draft consolidated budget is covered by the budget procedures set out in Standing Order 6.3. That was a lot to read out, but it needed to be said. So can I now ask the Mayor to present his draft budget?
The new City Hall. Before we get underway, I just want to take note. I just want us to note that today is the last day of Plan B restrictions. The lifting of these measures from tomorrow is good news for London. And as workers start to return to their offices in greater numbers, giving businesses a much-needed boost, I'm hopeful that our budget can build on this positive momentum, kick-starting a surge in economic activity, stimulating green and sustainable growth, and helping to get London back on its feet and moving forward once again. It's clear there is now no task more important to London's future than supporting our economic recovery. At the same time, this goal can only be achieved if we set out to fashion a fairer, safer and greener city. That's because tackling crime, reducing our emissions and spreading opportunity more widely is going to be fundamental to growing our economy and generating prosperity in the months and years ahead. Indeed, these objectives are not in conflict. Rather, they are two sides of the same coin. This explains why our draft budget places so much emphasis on continuing to be tough on crime and its causes, on cleaning up our air and bringing down emissions, on building more affordable homes that Londoners need, on addressing the inequalities and injustices highlighted and exacerbated by the pandemic, and on investing in skills, opportunities, services and infrastructure that all Londoners need to be able to truly flourish and thrive. This is precisely what makes this such a pro-business budget. Unfortunately, rather than helping us in this mission, the government instead appears intent on holding us back. Ministers are still stubbornly refusing to compensate our city for the financial consequences of the pandemic. They're denying Transport for London, the Met Police and the London Fire Brigade the funding and resources they desperately need. And they're pursuing an anti-London agenda that risks jeopardising not only our city's recovery, but our wider national recovery. It's against this difficult backdrop that I've had to take the tough but necessary decision to raise council tax by £2.66 per month. I want to be clear, this is not something I want to do, but the government has left no choice. It's only by raising additional revenue that we can prevent the financial collapse of TfL, as well as ensure that our police officers and firefighters have the resources they need to do their jobs safely and effectively. Of course, we'll need to deliver further savings and efficiencies wherever we can. As Mayor, I've taken the decision to relocate City Hall to the Royal Docks, saving London's taxpayers tens of millions of pounds. This action shows my determination to put Londoners first and to not let these financial headwinds prevent us from improving Londoners' lives. To do this, I'll continue to take a prudent approach. Forthcoming government decisions and the Billing Authority returns mean that I may have extra funds to allocate. But I won't do this until we know for certain that we will get the income, and I'll update the Assembly in February on the final picture. Chair, I look forward to the plenary this morning.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I've lost my way temporarily. In accordance with Section 100B4 of the Local Government Act 1972, I have agreed to accept the Budget and Performance Committee's response to the Mayor's GLA Group Budget Proposals and Precepts consultation document as a late urgent item for the reasons set out in the supplementary agenda. Can I now ask the Chairman of the Budget and Performance Committee to present the committee's response? Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I would like to thank the Mayor for his opening remarks. As members know, as Chair of the Budget and Performance Committee, my role now is to outline the main points for consideration that we identified during the scrutiny process that has taken place since the end of last year. Since their financial plans were submitted, the committee has held 7 meetings with the functional bodies and with the Mayor before today. A paper setting out the recommendations from our budget report is included in the papers for today's agenda. We faced a number of challenges this year. Changes to the TfL and MOPAC budgets between submission and consultation were very frustrating, and the uncertainty around TfL's finances meant we were very nearly had to question them on a redundant set of figures. Hence, we recommend that the Mayor should commission a review into the timing of the statutory budget process, which should inform his budget guidance in 2022, allowing for better scrutiny, accuracy and transparency. We continue to have serious concerns about TfL's future, and we look forward to the financial boost from the opening of the delayed Elizabeth line. The pandemic has changed the way we live, and ridership may never recover to pre-pandemic levels. So to continue delivering the right level of services for London, TfL should be looking at new and more innovative cost efficiency and income-raising opportunities, not just in the short term, but with a longer-term view to solve a challenge they will have for the years to come. The Mayor and the Met Police are forecasting an extra 6,000 police officers, around a third more than the government have committed to pay for. It is a laudable aim, but planning to do so without funding in place has led to budget gaps. So it remains a concern that MOPAC's budget submission is based on hope rather than expectation in this respect. We welcome lobbying for longer-term funding settlements for the Met, but MOPAC should base its budgets on realistic funding expectations. Following the Grenfell Tower tragedy and the highly critical inspectorate report, the London Fire Brigade is also now having to answer serious questions on its culture. Financially, the brigade benefits from significant reserves but relies on them far too regularly. Therefore, the committee recommends that the LFC urgently identifies concrete saving proposals so that the London Assembly and Londoners can track progress from the beginning of the process. Turning to the London Legacy Development Corporation, the committee remains disappointed in the lack of progress over naming rights for the former Olympic Stadium. This part of London is crying out for family-sized affordable homes, yet to date the LDC has delivered slow progress and should look to improve the level of affordable housing to be delivered across the remaining developments on public-owned land. Turning to the Old Oak and Park Royal Development Corporation, this is a critical year for them. In the words of its own chief executive, the clock is ticking. The OPDC must work with Network Rail and the Department of Transport to prioritise the agreement for the transfer of public sector land in 22-23. Finally, given these challenges facing our functional bodies, and indeed the challenges of holding them and the Mayor to account, we make one final recommendation, that the Mayor ensures that this Assembly is appropriately funded to effectively discharge its scrutiny function. Good scrutiny of what the Mayor does has never been more important. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to note the response by the London Assembly's Budget and Performance Committee to the Mayor's draft consultation budget for 2022-23? Thank you. The Assembly will now put questions to the Mayor on the 7 sections of the budget, section by section, in order to set out, in the order set out in the budget document, starting with the Mayor's section of the budget. The first question on that section will come from the GLA Conservative Group, and Assembly Member Hall will be asking that question. Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr Mayor, do you have plans to introduce any form of performance metrics in your final draft budget in February, particularly in relation to the mission foundation spend within the GLA mayoral budget?
Good morning. The London Recovery Board and the Task Force have set out a number of work streams to keep abreast of the missions and the foundations and aims underneath them. You'll be aware that the work of the missions isn't just work the GLA is committed to doing. It's work that partners across London are committed to doing, from London councils, that's 32 boroughs and the City of London, to the functional bodies, the Met Police Service, London Fire Brigade, the development corporations, but also the private sector, and as importantly, the anchor institutions in London, the NHS, faith communities, higher education, and so forth. So the task force will be looking at key performance indicators and metrics going forward, and I'm more than happy, Chair, for the Chief of Staff or somebody else, probably the Deputy Chief of Staff, Richard Watts, who chairs some of this work, to come back to the Oversight Committee, if not the Budget Performance Committee, to give them an update on some of the metrics we want going forward. You'll be aware, Senator Member Hall, that some of the aspirations and targets are for 2024, some 2025, and we'll make sure that over the course of the next 3-4 years, the GLA, as indeed I'm sure councils and others will want to make sure they're keeping abreast of progress.
Yes, you see, it's very difficult for us to keep abreast of progress. It's no good one of your deputy mayors just coming saying all is well with the world when we can't actually have evidence in front of us because there's so little to check on. Putting in these missions as opposed to a proper budget, which you know I've been complaining about since you started doing it, makes it even more difficult to actually scrutinise. So we're all very unhappy about that. I mean, in talking of scrutiny, you're proposing a £300,000 cut to the Assembly budget, which is the same increase to your own office budget. Okay, is that intentional or just an unfortunate coincidence?
Well, firstly, my Chief of Staff has reminded me that the information that you received in answer to your first question is available, and I asked David to talk to that. And also, I think it's important for any misunderstanding to be clarified as well in relation to the cut you mentioned. Do you want to deal with both points, David?
Happy to. So on the performance reports, we produce a detailed performance pack which comes to Budget and Performance Committee every quarter, setting out a range of performance indicators for each of the recovery missions and the foundations. So, for example, I have High Streets for All in front of me, where we set a target around the additional funding that we managed to bring in as a result of GLA investment, job creation and safeguarding, increasing square metres of public realm, and changes in footfall on high streets where we've invested. So with that, a list of actions, there's a detailed range of performance indicators. We genuinely welcome, Richard would say this if he was here, feedback from members about other performance indicators that would be helpful. So we're very committed to do that. In terms of the Assembly budget, the situation is that there is an increase in recurring funding as set out in Part 2, Section 1 of the budget, and that increases the recurring funding by, from memory, £300,000. However, what we were able to do at the end of the budget last year with one-off funding from the government was give explicitly one-off additional funding to the Assembly, recognising the financial challenges we were all having to adapt to. Of course, that being one-off funding, it's not in the figures this year, so if you choose to include that in your presentation, it will look like there's less money, but that was always intended as one-off funding for the benefit of the Assembly.
Okay, well, we all appreciate that between this budget paper, these budget papers, and the finals in February, suddenly millions and millions of pounds are found. So we will look forward to see just what happens with those millions of pounds within the month. Very briefly, you're not planning to fund the work on your controversial Commission for Diversity in the Public Realm beyond 22-23, and it will be allocated £900,000 in funding. What achievements do you expect it to have delivered by that point, Mr. Mayor?
Well, you'll be aware that one of the things we're seeking to do is to make the public realm in London more diverse than it currently is. So we've set out a work stream for the Commission over the next period. You mentioned the grants programme. We're hoping to provide 80 to 200 grants of between £1,000 and £25,000 to communities across London. We're seeking to have new murals, plaques, public artworks and objects and participatory projects across London, which bring about greater awareness of underrepresented groups, their histories and contributions to the city. We're also seeking to support a programme of advice, guidance and networking for smaller and or underrepresented groups to enable them to access funding and support. We're seeking to support up to 3 large-scale emblematic projects, work on which will have been set in train for Londoners. And we're also seeking to support a programme of borough support to create a clear picture of current policies and best practice in public realm representation. But that's not all. We're also seeking to support a public engagement programme to build a greater understanding of London's multifaceted histories.
I'll leave it there because of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Mayor, you've identified transport and the public realm as a key theme in your draft consolidated budget. And this is something that my group will talk about in the later part of this meeting, as we've got some suggestions. Your Good Growth Fund has funded a scheme to create or refurbish more than 250 toilet units across London. And you told me in an answer to an MQ in October that this work would continue. Now, the Health Committee released an extensive report on the lack of toilets in London and the impact on the people who live, work and visit our city, especially people who may have an urgent need for a loo. What are your plans to keep funding new accessible public toilets, especially as I see the Good Growth's capital spending plan reduces to nothing in 2024-25? Will new toilets be funded by High Streets for All?
Thank you for your question, and also can I commend those that haven't read the report with a snazzy title, the report, which I enjoyed reading. Look, this is an important piece of work you're talking about. Can I again just say how important this issue is to particularly vulnerable Londoners, many of whom need access to a loo, otherwise they feel like they're prisoners at home if they don't. So the Good Growth Fund, as you mentioned, is limited in relation to the years it will be available. We're hopeful that there is non-GLA money we can leverage in. You'll be aware one of the things we're seeking to do with the work of the London Recovery Board is not simply rely upon funding from GLA. Third parties have been very helpful coming forward. In relation to the reference to the specific work in relation to High Streets for All, what we're not doing from City Hall is prescribing to high streets and communities and councils how they spend that money. For example, there are some councils and communities that want to use their high streets, the funding, to make sure closed shops are reopened, to make sure we stimulate the high street. Simple things, but really important things like greening the high street can make a difference, as can, as you mentioned, supporting public loos. And so I don't want to prescribe from the centre how councils work up schemes, but they'll have heard your points powerfully made, and I'll make sure that at the London Recovery Board, my team share with officers working on the work of the task force your representations about the importance of seemingly simple things like a loo in opening up our city to people who otherwise feel like they can't go out because of concerns about not having access to a loo.
Thank you. And then just briefly, one of your 9 recovery missions is a new deal for young people. By 2024, all young people in need are entitled to a personal mentor, and all young Londoners have access to good quality local youth activities. I'm just wondering, how are you going to do this without the Young Londoners Fund? The fund is currently due to wind down and release the last of its earmarked reserves. But David Gallie has told me in a previous meeting that it was a priority for refunding. So will some of the unallocated 2021-22 business rates income that we now know about and that is temporarily sitting in the business rates reserve, waiting for a purpose, be used for essential services for young Londoners?
So thank you for talking about this really important initiative in relation to the New Deal for young people. And our ambition for every young Londoner to have access to a mentor and good youth facilities near them within walking distance. So you'll be aware that we recently announced some work from the Violence Reduction Unit, supplemented by funding from the GLA, which will be providing mentoring for 100,000 young people over the course of the next year. Now, there are many young Londoners who already have access to a mentor. Often they're being mentored by people, they don't call them a mentor, but they are a mentor. It could be a teacher, a youth worker, it could be a relation or somebody else. We're focusing on those Londoners who haven't got a mentor. So being crude, many middle-class children have access to a mentor. We don't need to help them in relation to the finite resources we have. It's those Londoners who don't. We're confident that with the funding we've already set aside, not just with our partners from adult education to councils to voluntary community sector and others, but also money from the GLA, we can provide the funding in relation to youth work and mentoring. In relation to monies we may have in reserves, I'll be using the next few days and weeks, and when David Gallie gives me a report in relation to the return of the billing authorities in February, seeing how much money we can prudently spend next year and going forward, and decide how that money is spent.
Okay,
but I've heard your representations.
Okay, thank you. So I need to stop now, but yeah, you're still making up your mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
You have just said that building London's economy is key to London's recovery post-pandemic. How will your budget deliver on the missions agreed by the London Recovery Board as described as central to your budget, especially for those Londoners who are facing squeezed incomes due to increased costs of living and are still suffering the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Good morning. So you'll be aware that aside from the point I've made about external funding of some of our missions, from the GLA, we're organising our budget around the missions. And so there are a number of things that address the concern that you have, and indeed I have, in relation to those squeezed incomes and how we support Londoners who are struggling because of cost of living. There's going to be a tax rise coming up around the corner from the government that the Cabinet is committed to doing the impacts of COVID-19. The best examples I can give in relation to how we do that is some of the work we're doing in relation to adult education, the free courses for those who are on the minimum wage, the Good Works academies that we're working on. It's going to be part and parcel of helping those Londoners who are struggling to have the skills to get better paid jobs, to be promoted within their place of work, to learn English if it's not their first language, and so forth. We're also trying to invest in those jobs where there's a demand for them going forward. So, for example, the work we're doing in relation to energy efficiency is stimulating that market and encouraging more in the private sector to create those jobs. Work we're doing in relation to mentoring that Caroline has talked about is really important. If you can mentor a young person, and I mean anybody with age 24, that may help them. Think of the WIN work we've done, the Workforce Integration Network. It is really important for City Hall with our partners on the Recovery Board to be the helping hand. And you're spot on in identifying those on a squeezed income suffering from the increase in the cost of living who really need the helping hand now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pre-pandemic, amongst some of the groups in London, poverty levels were actually at 54%, and nothing seems to have happened to make that any less in the last 2 years from the central government. You only have limited statutory powers as Mayor of London, and when it comes to income through pay or welfare support, it's down to government to legislate to support in these areas. What can the government do to support your aims of tackling poverty and inequality through this budget?
Well, thank you for reminding those watching this that actually we've got very limited statutory powers and limited funding. A lot of this is government legislation and funding as well. One of the things that we can, be relatively proud of is our lobbying around the universal credit cut, the £20. Our lobbying meant there was a partial U-turn from the government. The big things we need the government to do going forward is they need to address the cost of living crisis. They've got to pause, I'd say, council altogether, the increase they've got planned in national insurance, which is around the corner literally a couple of months away. They could cut the VAT on energy bills. One of the things that those campaigning for Brexit talked about was there'd be no VAT on energy bills if we left the EU. Well, I got a news flash, we've left the EU. Let's cut VAT on our energy bills. One of the suggestions put forward by politicians in Parliament belonging to the Labour Party is for us to use a windfall from some of these companies to support those who are struggling. Those are just 3 examples the government could do very, very easily. The final thing the government could do in relation to other suggestions in the short time I have is to understand the importance of London to our national recovery. We will not get a national recovery if London's been done down. We contribute, roughly speaking, £40 billion to the Treasury. If the government punishes London, and that means that we're unable to contribute as much to the Treasury, that limits the ability of the Treasury and the government to distribute funds around the country. So if you believe in levelling up, you've got to believe in supporting London.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for reminding us about some of the promises that have been broken around Brexit, and for reminding everybody that London actually generates 23%, almost 0.25% of this country's, almost a quarter of this country's GDP. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now call on Assembly Member Garrett to ask remotely.
Good morning. I understand the adult education budget represents around 80% of the expenditure in the budget missions for 22-23, and I was just wondering what steps you are taking to make sure that that spend delivers good value for money.
Good morning. It's good to see you, albeit on the screen. So it's a really important issue you've raised. So the history of this is we were devolved from the government adult education 3 years ago, and we welcome this sign of confidence from the government in relation to devolution. One of the things we've tried to do over the last 2 years, and we're doing even more going forward, is working with the FE sector and other providers of a proper metrics of ensuring we get value for money. The big change that's happened since we've taken over the adult education budget is linking more the skills people acquire in the FE sector and with other providers to get in a job, and getting in a job that you can sustain for at least 6 months. So FE colleges and so forth are rewarded when people get a job and stay in the job. It's been a bit difficult getting this data, so we've had to rely upon surveys, but the good news is, as a consequence of a meeting we had recently with the Secretary of State for Education, the new one, who's very good, by the way, and not just in comparison to the last one, but he's very good, full stop, is he understands the importance of data, and that goes to your value for money point. And so what the DfE have agreed to do is to share with us the data so we can see the journey made by a student, which will give you confidence, as indeed me and the FE providers, that we're spending this money wisely. The other important thing, just to say, Senator Member Garrett, is one of the things we've tried to do, and Marina Ahmed referred to this, is to help those who are struggling as a consequence of a variety of things. So, for example, if you're in a low-paid job, for example, you are receiving the minimum wage, but we can give you the skills through adult education to get a better paid job, living wage job, promotion within the firm, or maybe a better job outside the firm in a different area. That's also good value for money return as well. And again, we're now starting to measure that as well. How many people can get out of long-term unemployment into work because of adult education and so forth. And shortly, the final thing, because I know time is short, shortly I'll be announcing details of some of the academies we're working towards. And these academies, Senator Garrett, are trying to link students, Londoners, with future-proof jobs in those sectors we need them. Think about health, social care, digital, hospitality, green, those sorts of areas.
Okay, so the check for value for money is essentially about looking at the outcomes for students who've been through. So I think we'll be looking at that data closely on the Economy Committee. The other question, conscious that time is short, but the spending for this is ring-fenced. So how are the spending in the areas where adult education is going in your missions? How does that spending in those areas differ from previously? from before the 2022-23 budget.
Sorry, do you mean the AEB budget or the money in relation to the academies?
So it's the money that's being out. So the trick with ring-fence money is you spend it on something you would have spent it on anyway, and that allows you to spend some other money on something else. So is that what's happening? Or where is the new money from AEB going compared with what was being funded before?
So I'll give you an example in relation to use your phrase, we're using ring-fenced money. So the adult education budget is circa £335 million. What we're doing from City Hall, working with the London Recovery Board, is leveraging the AEB budget to support our academies programme. So these are good working sectors to support London's recovery, as I mentioned, green, digital, health, social care, hospitality, construction we already have, and so forth. So although, yes, of course, the £335 million can only be used for adult education, we're able to, if you like, impose on top of that the London Recovery Board work in relation to our priorities, in relation to the good work academies, to ensure the AEB money is being spent on our priorities. I'm not sure, does that answer your question?
I think so. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Chair. I'll leave that there.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor. I wanted to ask you about achieving your ambition of London being a net zero city by 2030. Are you satisfied that the budget provides enough to help us achieve that?
Well, Chair, I should take this opportunity for putting on record my thanks to the member who played a role in moving me from going to net zero by 2050 to going net zero by 2030. That private chivying and public praising is much appreciated. But the reason why you were so passionate in your lobbying of me was because you see the climate emergency we face. And the reality is that the cost of inaction in relation to the economy, livelihoods, the environment and health is far greater than the cost of action. So what we've done very recently is got somebody else to do some work in relation to how we can get to net zero by 2030. And I recently published the piece of work they did. We've got to make rapid progress in relation to reducing greenhouse gas emissions to tackle the climate emergency. We've got to reduce air pollution to improve air quality, and we've got to cut congestion. And what this budget does is working with partners, try to get to net zero by 2030. You'll have heard my announcement recently in relation to our challenge to reduce, for example, car journeys by 27% by 2030 if we're going to get there. And I've tasked TfL to go away and do some work in relation to one of 4 options to come back to me with that I will implement in this mayoral term. And secondly, there's a longer piece of work in relation to smart road user charging, which we've got to move towards replacing congestion charge, ultra emission zone, NEZ with a simpler system. But the report also is a wake-up call to the government. Inaction and delay really isn't an option. This has to be the decade of action.
If you've got time, I'll come on to the government in a minute, but you've just spoken about the need to move away from fossil dependency in transport mobility. And that is obviously a really challenging discussion, and the options that you have put out after the Element Energy report are going to be pretty challenging for many people in London, so we need a big discussion of those. But we've also need a budget, and again, this is maybe an area where you can kickstart or offer seed funding to move away from fossil dependency in domestic dwellings across London, because it doesn't matter if we only tackle transport, that's not going to be enough to get us to the place where we need to be net zero by 2030. So what is your budget helping with there as well? Because I know that there's been assistance for Community Energy London that's been ongoing.
Yeah. Well, firstly, the first part of your question is spot on. If we're going to have, inverted commas, a just transition, we've got to make sure we give support, particularly to poorer Londoners, to small businesses, to make that transition, because it's just not fair and they simply can't afford to do it on their own. Let me give you some examples of some of the work we're doing, because you're right, heat pumps are expensive. District heating networks aren't as available as they should be. So we're, for example, doing a lot of work in relation to retrofit accelerator programs for workplaces, bearing in mind that most of the greenhouse gas emissions comes from workplaces. We're going to be doing more to retrofit those buildings, to adapt those buildings. We're doing work, and you've again lobbied me on this on regular occasions in relation to Green Homes Grant to support homeowners, those who live in homes that aren't well insulated and so forth, to receive support because they can't do it by themselves. The Mayor's Energy Efficiency Fund has leverage in money to support the work we need to do in relation to supporting this transition. I just make the point there are three different areas we need to address: workplaces, homes and transport. Yes, this report is a wake-up call to the government. They've got to do much more, but there are things we can be doing and we must be doing, and that's what I'm seeking to do as the Mayor.
Well, finally, I mean, you've taken up the role of the chair of the C40 cities, so you're seeing what's happening internationally and you're taking that lead there. What more could this government be doing to support not only London, of course, but cities across the UK to move to it's only 8 years away.
Yeah,
what could the government be doing?
There's good news and bad news. The good news is, as a city, we are seen as a global leader. Our reputation over the last 5 years around the world has been elevated. The bad news is, when I speak to mayors across the world, the support their cities get from their governments is far greater than the support we receive. And I'll give you one example. I welcome the appointment of Chris Boardman as the head of active travel, not just an Olympic champion, but somebody really passionate about active travel, and I've seen the great work he's done in Greater Manchester. We will not benefit as a city from some of the funds that Active Travel England have going forward, which seems to be ridiculous, bearing in mind we're a city with a population of 10 million. Similarly, funds in relation to electric buses, the funds that have been set aside, by the way, some of it paid for by road tax by London drivers, we are able to bid for in relation to electrifying our fleets. We do need the government to help us help them decarbonise our economy, to create green jobs. I think Alex Sharma has done a valiant job as president of COP26, but he's had one hand tied behind his back because it appears there's not support from either his Chancellor or his Prime Minister. It's really important they understand that actually there's a first mover advantage in relation to us getting to net zero by 2030. We can be the country that exports the heat pumps around the world. We can be the country that develops and then exports the technology around not just solar but renewables from wind. We can be the country that has the world's finest fitters of insulation, of solar panels, of making these electric cars, of having electric vehicle charging points and so forth. And I think the government needs to be more ambitious, but understand that actually getting to net zero carbon is not simply essential for our planet. It can help in relation to what our economy is going to be post-Brexit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm out of time, but that was inspiring. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Moema.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mayor Khan. I'm really interested to understand how you feel this budget will enable us to build the homes that Londoners need. It'd be really good to hear what more we can be doing to support that really huge requirement the capital has.
Well, look, I think the important word in your question, important words, is need. We need to be building the homes Londoners need, not luxury penthouse flats that sit empty, or homes that are used as gold bricks by investors to buy because the value of land, the value of homes in London goes only one way. So the budget sets out how we're going to deliver on the Affordable Homes Programme. Two big areas there, obviously the 16 to 23 programme and the 21 to 25 programme. And it's really important that we all make sure that we build homes that Londoners need. And the big part of that equation is council homes. And so you'll be aware that many councils lost the skills, the ability, the savvy to build council homes because for many, many years they weren't doing so. So the last 2 or 3 years has been spent skilling up councils, those that want to build council homes, employing staff, having the expertise to negotiate with developers and so forth. And I'm hoping over the course of the next year and the next 2 or 3 years, we see more council homes being built in London, more support being given for housing associations and more developers coming forward with 35% affordable housing, so they can use a fast-track route. You'll be aware now the good news is the London Plan has been adopted. Great news, not a delay there. And that places an obligation on developers in the private sector, but also councils and housing associations in relation to build the homes Londoners need. Really important. The final thing just to say is, I think we've got to be cognizant of the headwinds the construction sector is facing in relation to the build cost inflation, in relation to labour shortages, in relation to supply chain issues, and in relation to additional costs as a consequence of building safety concerns post Grenfell. And our budget seeks to, do things to help address the headwinds, but also build the homes, as you said, Londoners so desperately need.
Okay, thank you. And so just building on that point around the issues that the construction sector face and the constraints, what would be the ways in which we could increase that capacity? You've touched on materials. I wonder if there are things such as labour shortages that we might deal with. I know you have the Construction Academy, which is beginning to have an impact, but what capacity do we have to build more homes beyond the programmes laid out?
Well, we know that a large percentage of those who work in construction are of an age where they're now nearing retirement. We also know that a large percentage of those who worked in construction were EU citizens. What we also know is there are massive vacancies in construction across London. I challenge you to speak to a foreperson on a construction site who doesn't complain about shortages of labour. Now, we've said to the government that there is an easy way to address this issue in the short term. Yes, you're right. We've got a pipeline of homegrown talent with the Mayor's Construction Academy coming forward. Not enough to fill the shortage of labour in this area. So if the government was to either devolve to us to be in charge of what is the shortage occupation list, or to allow a temporary visa to allow construction workers to come to London to build these homes, that would make a big difference. And the government has, by the way, relaxed visa rules for HGV drivers, for poultry farmers. We think similarly they should have a visa for construction workers from the EU and elsewhere to come to our city and build the homes we so desperately need. If they don't, what it means is that even with the best will in the world, even if we did address the supply shortages, even if we did address issues around build cost inflation, we simply wouldn't have the human beings to build the homes that we need.
Okay, and finally, last year we surpassed the government's target of housing starts by around 3,000 homes, and there's a really ambitious target to build 25,456 homes. Do you think, or are you confident that this can be delivered? I mean, obviously, it'd be really great for Londoners to deliver that.
It's going to be tough. We're going to throw the kitchen sink in a very safe way at this to make sure we get the homes built that we desperately need. The good news, in the last couple of years, we've had record numbers of completions because the homes we started some years ago are being completed. A number of things that cause me concern. Because there are council elections, that's inevitably led to councils, for reasons I understand, I'm not criticising them, being risk averse in relation to some planning permissions. Because if you're a councillor with a majority of 24 in a ward, you can understand why you may be concerned when some neighbours come forward with issues in relation to an application. So concerns around the planning decisions with some councils, concerns around the headwinds I talked about going forward, but also concerns around simple things like TfL. Not having a funding deal means that some of the housing that was going to be started on TfL land, or housing contingent on a station being built or a station being adapted, can't go ahead. And so there are big challenges, but Tom Copley understands our ambition, and he's working incredibly hard with a brilliant team in the GLA and our partners to try and get across the line.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Fortune.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just to build on, if you'll excuse the pun, what Assemblymember Mawima was saying around the houses that we need, where are we with the Kerslake review? When do you expect that to come in, and have you any idea what it might say?
Thank you for your question. Good morning. Yeah, I've not seen the report. I've not seen a draft. He does know there's an urgency in this because he knows it's a 3-year mayoral term. And so I'd be disappointed if within the next couple of months we didn't at least have a draft. What I can do, Chair, with your permission, is ask my team to contact Peter to let you know. I'm sure we know. I'm sure Tom Copley knows, I'll make sure you emailed later on today with an update in relation to expectation dates.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I'm just wondering, I'm sure he has, but can you tell us what work has been done with the big housing providers, developers, registered social landlords to involve them in that report, just so we get a realistic view of what it would entail to be a developer? I've got some experience in this, and I know how tricky it is in terms of repairs, etc. So what work has been done there?
Yeah, well, David was involved in the terms of reference. I'll ask David to come in shortly, but just to reassure you, I know the Chair himself has got strong views in this, and he was, I know Lord Kerslake was asked to speak to Andrew, the Chair, so, and he is speaking to those in the private sector. So do you want to explain, David, the work he's doing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, the thing to understand about the Kerslake review, for the reasons that you set out, Assembly Member, is that it's designed to be focused around the GLA group and try and deliver as quickly as we can, rather than, it's not a review of kind of like all the housing sector in London. But I know that, firstly, obviously, Lord Kerslake is the chair of a housing association himself, and his previous roles as a council chief executive and at Homes and Communities agencies and in central government has real experience and knowledge that he brings to this. He has, I believe, consulted with some of the key people on the London housing sector as part of this work, and I know also that he's met with some of the members of the Assembly and the Housing Committee in order to bring both your direct expertise and the feedback that you yourselves have received from those in the sector into play in his report.
But Chair, why don't I take this away and suggest to the Deputy Mayor to speak to Lord Kerslake to just check again with the Assembly. Listen, I think great minds working together can try and solve this, and I'll ask him to speak to you, Peter, if he hasn't already.
That would be really valuable, thank you, because I think that voice of the G15 is important in this. You did touch on briefly the challenges around delivering the 116,000 new affordable homes, and you said that was going to be challenging. I mean, realistically, are we going to hit those targets? And if we're not, what can we do to make sure we fill that capacity? Because the roll-on cost here for local authorities in terms of temporary housing, bed and breakfast costs, etc., is huge. So if that target is going to be missed, what can we do to support those local authorities?
Yeah, so Chair, I'll have a better idea how we are at quarter 3, quarter 4, but the short answer is your point is well made. We spend far more on benefits than we do on bricks and mortar. That can't make sense, and that's a legacy of 3 decades of housing policies under successive governments. That's one of the reasons why Sam's question about homes Londoners need is so important. It's bricks and mortar, which is a virtuous circle, by the way, for the reasons you're creating jobs and so forth, why it's so important. So I hope to come back in quarter 3, quarter 4 in relation to an update of where we are, to give you a better idea of where we are in the 116,000. But the key thing is we can't have a stop-start situation, and to give the government credit, because they've now agreed funding for the second phase, of 21 to 25, that means there's a pipeline now. Why is that important? Because builders can have confidence there's more work coming down the road, so they'll invest, which is really important. The problem when you speak to those in the private sector is the stop-start approach hasn't been conducive to them invested in bricks and mortar. I'm confident now with this partnership we have with now Michael Gove, and that gives certainty. And the final part of the equation is what Oliver Letwin talked about in his report done for Philip Hammond. We need to have a diversity of homes being built in London in relation to the private sector. You mentioned G15, councils, shared ownership, build to rent, halls of residence, because that diversity means you've not got people, the phrase land banking, or holding homes back because they're worried about flooding the market with private sale. And it's this diversity which we need going forward. But I'm more than happy, Chair, for the Deputy Mayor of Housing to come back to the Assembly at a future date to discuss what more we can do, because it is an issue that we need to work together, because it's a need that Londoners desperately have. There is a housing crisis. There has been for some time now, and we've got to try and crack it.
Thanks. I'll look out for that update. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor. It was really great to hear you talk about your long-term plan to get us to net zero 2030 and the leadership that you're showing on this. I wanted to drill down and sort of talk a little bit about how, as the climate emergency deepens here in London but around the world, does your budget do enough to help London mitigate and adapt to the increasing levels of heat and flooding that we're experiencing here in the capital?
Well, thanks for your question. Listen, we're doing what we can, but it's not enough. One of the things I spend my life speaking to and listening to Londoners that I've noticed over the last 12 months is I think the penny has dropped that this climate crisis affects us now. Because people have thought about this as a problem for tomorrow and a problem, let's be frank, for the global south or those islands in the Pacific Ocean. But the flash flooding we saw last year that flooded our stations, homes and businesses, the heat waves we've seen, that's had an impact, the soaring temperatures on those living in care homes. We're all concerned about their well-being, has meant this is a now problem. And you're spot on in relation to the importance of us to adapt, to mitigate and to build better resilience in our city to address the now problem, flash flooding, soaring temperatures, heat waves, but also the long-term challenges that Leonie's referred to in relation to renewables, insulation, double glazing, triple glazing, pipeline of green jobs and so forth. So we're doing what we can. Some examples of the funding we've given. Before I say this, I'm conscious that some of this is one-off funding because when we get one-off grants, we can't have recurring funding, and that's one of the challenges in relation to the funding we're doing. But there is stuff we're doing to help in relation to climate resilience through some of our investment in the nature, really important. In relation to infrastructure, the funding we're doing. Simple things like how we're using sustainable urban drainage in relation to planning policies, the funding we give to school adaptations, and so forth. So we're doing what we can. Is it enough? No. We need much more support from the government in this area. I'll give you one example. The work of the Environment Agency around flooding focuses on coastal flooding and river flooding. They don't seem to have woken up to the flash flooding in cities when there's a heavy rain over a short period of time, and we need to persuade the Environment Agency to understand this is a serious issue.
No, I think you're spot on with that, and I think it's really good to always have you draw the bring us back to the international perspective on it when Global South countries have been experiencing heat waves, whether that's in Kenya or flash flooding like Bangladesh has been experiencing for many years, so that London can put itself in that wider context. Just to bring us back to the mitigation policies that you've laid out, and particularly on the green belt, which is obviously crucial for London's climate. And as you know, there are continuing pressures to build on some aspects of this land. And although there are protections in your London plan to stop this, there are a number of sites under threat. So I wanted to ask, how does your budget support these sections of the green belt, either with rewilding, improve access or other landscape improvement projects?
Well, firstly, an important part of our strategy, which doesn't cost money, is the London plan. Jules Pipe, he worked incredibly hard over a number of years with officers from City Hall to have, the best London plan we could possibly have. And it's used as an example by people around the world in relation to their policies in their cities. That is quite clear in relation to, unless there are exceptional circumstances, the green belt, green land generally is sacrosanct, but we're not simply content with keeping what we have. We want more green spaces, so green roofs, green walls, planting trees, but also you raised the issue of rewilding. And I was inspired by a conversation I had, not just with my officers, but with a chap called Ben Goldsmith, who's got a brother who's a politician. I don't hold that against Ben, because he was really passionate and he persuaded me about how we could be really ambitious around rewilding our great city. And I'm hoping to get the views of many other experts in relation to how we can rewild our great city, and that helps the environment. As well as also, for me, it's an issue of social justice. How many young people living in inner city London haven't benefited from the countryside or some of nature in terms of wildlife? And I think we can bring nature to our capital cities in ways we've not done for a number of decades.
Well, I look forward to seeing us bring more nature to our capital city and be ambitious with rewilding. My final question was going to be on green infrastructure, but you've already touched on that, so thank you very much, and look forward to hearing the rest of your answers.
Thanks.
Assembly Member McCartney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've already talked about how your skills budget will get people back into work and also higher paid work. But I want to talk about those Londoners who are often forgotten, particularly in areas like mine in Edmonton and Tottenham, particularly young black men. If I take Edmonton, for example, Since the start of the pandemic to date, there's been a 74% increase in the claimant count with regards to unemployment-related benefits. And I know that a recent GLA intelligence report has found that in green jobs that you're hoping to create, they are predominantly held by men rather than women, and they're predominantly held by white men. So how will your budget work to make sure that you make sure that there's more diversity coming into that skill, to the skills when you're skilling London up, and particularly to these new jobs?
Well, thank you for your question. I mean, you know more than anybody else the impact this pandemic has had on your community. And I think those that talk about levelling up and exclude London need to go to your constituency and your community to see not just the structural inequalities that exist, but also how these structural inequalities are being exposed and exacerbated by this pandemic. It is a fact that if you live in your community, if you're a black Londoner, you're more likely to have caught COVID and have lost your life from COVID than other parts of the country. It's also a fact, if you live in your community, you're more likely to have lost your job and be long-term unemployed because of the pandemic than you are in other parts of the country. And that's why it's really important that our policies from City Hall focus on communities like yours, because we believe in social justice, but also imagine the potential if we gave your community the helping hand they have been denied for so many years. So the work we're doing with the Skills for Londoners roadmap, which we hope to publish soon and announce the policy soon, is saying to the FE sector and other providers, look, we're going to reward you if you can help Londoners in your community to access the skills they need for the jobs we know that are being created that are future-proof. We've already shown we can do it in relation to construction and digital. And we did a lot of work targeting black men in London to give them the skills to have jobs in this sector, working with groups working with projects like WIN, the Workforce Integration Network, and PDEG and other groups with expertise in this area. So we've done it in construction and digital future-proof sectors. The other sectors we want to do it is in relation to green, in relation to health, in relation to social care, in relation to hospitality, in relation to culture and creative industries. And you're right, not just black Londoners who are deprived of access to these jobs, but also women. Women doing tech and doing digital, women doing construction, really, really important. Particularly those who are long-term unemployed, and those for whom English isn't their first language. And that's why we're offering free courses. And again, I welcome the refreshing approach from Nadeem Zahawi about flexibility in relation to who's able to access a free course up to level 3. We've got to go to the communities rather than the communities coming to us. One of the things when we're ready to launch Skills for Londoners is we want to make sure it's easy for somebody in your patch to access these courses to get the skills they need for the jobs we're helping to create.
Thank you, that's good news, and we will obviously be monitoring that. Now, you've talked about the Academy programme. Do you have any timescale for when you'll be making your announcements, and in which areas will you be actually investing in?
Yeah, so I'd be disappointed if there wasn't an announcement in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
And I'd hope those announcements would be in... We're still doing some work with the social care sector. I'm learning every day about how complicated the social care sector is. I think there's good news in relation to the progress we've made with NHS in relation to health. I think there's good news in relation to green. I think there's good news in relation to culture and creative industries. This year, of course, the London Borough of Lewisham is the London Borough of Culture. I'm looking forward to going there later on this week. And hospitality. So we're hoping to do good work announcements in relation to those, building on the work with the Mayor's Construction Academy, which already has been incredibly successful and needs to continue to be successful because of the reasons Sam has said in relation to shortage of construction workers and so forth.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, good morning.
Morning. Of course, reading through the budget, the headline figure for most Londoners, especially struggling Londoners, will be the council tax increase, which of course represents a 43% increase in council tax since you took office. I can't believe that's a decision you or anybody for that fact would take lightly. So could you outline some of the options that you looked into before reaching the decision to raise council tax?
Yeah, thanks for your question. So one of the things that was at the fore of my mind is my experience in my first year as mayor, when about this time, it's probably December, not January, I received from the Home Secretary, Amber Rudd, information that London will receive a reduction of money from the government in relation to policing, because in the previous year, when Boris Johnson was mayor, he hadn't raised the police precept to the maximum the government gave him permission to do. And so what was clear from that, and one of the lessons I learned in my first year, is where the government gives you a precept cap, if you don't raise funds up to the precept cap, you're penalised in subsequent years. And I recognise and realise that council tax is incredibly regressive. There's been conversations in this Assembly from members of most parties about how regressive council tax is. So you raise council tax as a last resort, but if you're being told by the government that unless you raise council tax to the maximum levels, you'll be punished in future years, that is an incentive to do as the government are almost demanding that you do. So what the government said to us in relation to the various levers we have is police £10 precept, and I think every single police and crime commissioner across the country, Tory, Labour or other, is raising the police precept up to the maximum £10 the government is telling PCCs to do, brackets, or else next year you'll have a cut, close brackets. In relation to TfL, again the government was quite clear that they said no to some of the recommendations in Boris Johnson's London Finance Commission report in relation to devolving vehicle excise duty, in relation to changing how council tax works, in relation to devolving more business rates, in relation to us keeping some of the other taxes that are raised in London. And they said you've got to use council tax as a way of raising additional money. You'll remember last year, the only way we could keep free travel for under 18s, and for those above the age of 60, was to use council tax to pay for that. This year, because we're being required by 23-24 to provide £500 million, it was quite clear the government wanted us to use council tax. Again, they've got to amend legislation to enable us to do so, which they're doing, which demonstrates why we've got to do it. And the final reason for raising council tax was to support the London Fire Brigade. The baseline funding the LFB receives is 13% less than we're spending. So we're spending £27 million more on the LFB than the government says we should. Why? Because in the 8 years before I became mayor, we had fire stations in London closing down, we had fire engines being cut, we had firefighters being cut, which meant the fire brigade simply wasn't ready to deal with the catastrophes we saw across London in 2017, and of course me in Grenfell Tower, and the terror attacks we saw with marauding terrorists in London in 2017 as well. And the LFB play a role, by the way, in countering terrorism as well. So we've raised council tax, £10 for support the police, £20 to support TfL, who are only struggling because of the pandemic, and £1.93 to support the fire brigade. Bear in mind also the concerns around building safety, because there's more than 1,000 buildings in London, tall buildings, that aren't safe.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It strikes me as perhaps not quite correct, because there are options there. It was a choice to raise that precept. It wasn't, a given from the government that you had to do that. And it was indeed to do things like fund concessions, which may well be something that you want to do and is worth doing. But to say you were forced into, there was no other decision to be made, I'm not sure I can quite get on board with that. But my question to you would be, looking at the fact we still have 455 Crossrail and TfL chiefs on over £100,000. We've still got a bloated exec at TfL and Crossrail. We've had bonuses as amounts of £12 million, golden goodbyes. It's that particular TfL increase as well. Do you see how perhaps to struggling Londoners it may feel when they see this? do you understand the feeling that they'll see when they see the reports of those big bonuses, those big pays, and it's at them at the end of the day footing the bill?
Well, I deal with facts, not party political points, and it's a fact that before I became mayor, in the 8 years before I became mayor, the operating costs of TfL went up every year. It is a fact that pay went up every year for those earning above £100,000, and it is a fact that those non-permanent labour staff, agency workers, went up in the years before I was mayor. By the way, so did fares by more than 42% in the 8 years before I became mayor. I'm the first mayor and the first chair of TfL in London's history to reduce operating costs year on year, and we've reduced them by more than £1 billion since 2016. We've reduced our deficit in TfL by more than 71% and increased cash balances by more than 13%. So we've frozen, in fact, the pay of the top team at TfL, who've taken a pay freeze, and there have been no bonuses for some time in TfL. We've reduced the number of permanent staff in TfL by more than 14%. That's 4,400 taken out of TfL, and reduced the temporary staff by more than 16%, all at the same time as freezing fares and reducing the hopper bus fares. So TfL, before the pandemic, was doing incredibly well, with a target of getting to cash surplus for the first time in its history by 22-23. The only reason TfL has financial challenges is because of the pandemic. The same financial challenges, by the way, we're seeing train operating companies having across the country that have been bailed out with a long-term plan from the government. So I think Londoners see the value for money they receive from TfL. They can also see the double standards from the government, and they recognised that a managed decline scenario, which may well happen if we don't get the funding on the 4th of February, saying that it's in the worst interest for Londoners, the poorest Londoners, but also the country.
So it's certainly people on the end of this, and they certainly will see there has been those £12 million of bonuses promised, and they will certainly see that money leaving their bank accounts when this rise goes through. So thanks, Mr Mayor.
And just to give you the figures on that, net labour, net permanent labour has reduced by 16%, and so has permanent, saving millions of pounds a year.
Thanks.
I beg your pardon. The next question is from Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Hey.
One of the things with the pandemic has been that it's shown us the impact of inequalities. The pandemic has exposed inequality in society, and how is your budget going to help to redress some of those inequalities which have been exposed by the pandemic?
Well, firstly, you're well aware of the inequalities that have existed for some time across our city. I mean, Joanne referred to some of this in her constituency, but I know it's in your constituency as well. And what this pandemic has done is both expose and exacerbate these health inequalities. It's the same families, by the way, who are losing people from COVID, who may struggle because of obesity challenges, or may struggle because of other health issues as well, respiratory issues caused by poor air quality and so forth. So what we've done, I know my health advisor has benefited from conversations with you, is develop a health inequalities strategy, working with the London Health Board that includes not just those from hospitals, trusts, those from mental health trusts, but also those from the ICSs across London, as well as council leaders. And that health inequality strategies, tries to address the inequalities that we know by things like social prescribing, by things like community development for health, and our ongoing commitment to things like dementia-friendly, and then separately, dementia-friendly city, and then separately we have an implementation plan to ensure we deliver the inequality strategies across London. The sum of money from this budget is around £500,000, but don't forget the NHS is leveraging money from their budgets as well to address the inequalities in our city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But of course, addressing these inequalities is a partnership between the government and, of course, with the London Assembly and yourself. Do you think that the government has helped us by reducing the funding they've given in the last budget to the public health, to local authorities. They've reduced those budgets. And they've also reduced the grants for housing to you. Do you think the government is really helping London to address the inequalities which have been made, which have been exposed by the pandemic?
Well, one of the things that we now can confirm unequivocally is the link between poverty and ill health. And I think the government's made things worse in relation to some of their policies over the last 11 years. Austerity was a choice, and austerity has consequences in a whole host of areas, from Grenfell Tower, deregulation and austerity, to violent crime going up, to the numbers of premature deaths caused by air pollution and so forth. And so a number of our policies in relation to healthier environments around school, in relation to addressing London's toxic air and so forth, are trying to do things despite the government, not because the government's helping us. And so these are issues that are really important. And one of the things we're trying to do is to educate the government about the unintended consequences of some of the decisions they're making. I'll give you one example in relation to this. If a child is hungry during the school holidays, that has an impact on the choices their parents make in relation to choosing between food on the table or heating their own, particularly in winter. The government's welfare benefits policies, the government's policies around not reducing VAT on fuel prices, the government's policies around increase in national insurance all makes that worse and makes it less likely that that child, that family's health will improve.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And of course, one of the other things is that air quality is very, very important. I mean, we all depend on the air quality. Our lives depend upon it, and we have no choice of the air we breathe in. And I congratulate you for all the efforts you've done to improve and are making to improve air quality in London. Do you have any initial data showing the impact of expanding the ULEZ, or what impact it's had on air quality so far?
Yeah, good question. So just to remind colleagues that in relation to the ultra emission zone, the central London part of it, we saw it just in a couple of years, the amount of toxic air go down. So a 44% reduction in nitrogen dioxide, a 27% reduction in particulate matter, and a 6% reduction in carbon dioxide. So that's in central London. When we expanded the ultra-low emission zone up to the North Circular and South Circular, we were expecting compliance, in other words, those vehicles that are less polluting, to be around 86%. The good news is it's 92%. That means in a short space of time, we're seeing cleaner vehicles in outer London, which means that the improvements in air will be more than we predicted. Our predictions were a 30% reduction in NOx, and a 5% in carbon dioxide. We've not had the first data. It takes at least 6 months for the first accurate data, because the first couple of months there could be variations. 6 months post November the 1st, so sort of May, June, we'll have a better idea in relation to measuring trends. And it's really important we continue to improve the air in London. And there's a twin advantage in doing so. The other advantage in air quality improvements is it reduces greenhouse gas emissions as well. So it tackles the twin emergencies of climate change, but also air quality as well. And it's the poorest Londoners, least likely to own a car, who suffer the worst consequences of air quality.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that.
There being no other indications for this section, for the Mayor of London's section, we'll move on to the others, but perhaps we're about halfway through our time. Perhaps now is the time to have an adjournment for 10 minutes and return at 11:27. Is that an agreement? Yep. Thank you.
No, so...
Thank you, members. We now move to the next section of the Mayor's proposed budget, and that's the London Assembly section. Does anybody want to come in on that? The London Assembly section. No questions on the London Assembly section? Okay. We'll move on to the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime. And the lead-off question is going to come from City Hall Greens. Assembly Member Russell? Is it? Assembly Member Berry.
The Assembly section first, Chair. Do you have any questions?
It looks like we had none.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry.
I expected one.
Apologies.
I didn't get one. So, no, who's London Assembly? Well, we'll have to be, really, won't we?
He is now.
Can I reassure the Greens that one of my staff isn't body checking Caroline to stop her coming in?
We've had dramatic entrances before on the budget time, as older Assembly members will remember. Right, if I can move over to the Assembly Member Russell to ask the lead-off question on the section on the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime.
Thank you, Chair. I would just briefly like to ask the Mayor about the assumptions in the budget about the funding for the Violence Reduction Unit. Over the last 3 years, the Violence Reduction Unit has been allocated £7 million in grants from the Home Office. The assumption is that this will continue, but briefly, what conversations have been had or what commitments have you had from government about future funding?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your interest in this issue over a period of time. So I met recently the Home Secretary and I made representations to her about the difference the Home Office's contribution to the VRU was making and the differences the VRU was making. A number of things were discussed during our meeting. One of them was confirmation as soon as possible of VRU funding for next year, but also to have long-term funding so we can plan properly. One-year funding is really difficult. And so, fingers crossed, we have some good news from the government soon rather than later.
That's very good to hear. The VRU's harm reduction approach to policing is really essential work. So it's, that's great to hear, and I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Mayor, could you outline your immediate priorities for the Met Police Estates programme?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I'm sure the Commissioner will have touched upon this yesterday. So there is a review taking place on the estate's strategy. That's almost near completion. In relation to the estate, the bad news is I think last year we received £3 million capital contribution from the government. This year they just put it all into the main budget, which demonstrates, I think, shows their embarrassment in relation to how little money they give us for capital. The estate strategy is important for a number of things. Firstly, we've got to make sure we have fit-for-purpose buildings for our police to be able to do the work they need to do, but also back-office police operations, think of forensics and so forth. We've got an example of buildings where it's leaking when it rains, clearly not fit for purpose. We've then got to make sure that we have sufficient space for the additional officers we're taking on board, another 1,800 coming on stream over the course of the next 12 to 15 months. And the third really important part of it is to release surplus estates we have. Firstly, surplus lands we can build the homes that we genuinely need, but secondly, so by selling any surplus land or revenue streams coming in, we can pay for things like cars, kit, lockers, and so forth going forward. So the estates programme is almost near completion. I think it's with the Deputy Mayor at the moment. It's gone through the Management Board and it'll be coming to me shortly. And that may include selling off those parts of the estate we know is surplus.
Thank you. And I know that the estate strategy has been under review for a while. Do you have a timetable? You're saying it sounds like it's nearing completion, but do you have an anticipated date when it will be published? No, thanks, Nicholas.
So I spoke to the Deputy Mayor last week, and it was with her. A previous draft had been sent back to the Management Board because she had concerns. Again, I'll be disappointed if I didn't have it to me in the next month. But again, Chair, I'm more than happy to go back to the office today and speak to the Deputy Mayor and email Nicholas to let him know when I'll have it. There's no secret there.
Thanks, that'd be much appreciated. And on a related note, what sort of practical examples do you anticipate seeing of estate sharing or collaboration between London's blue light services over the next year?
Yeah, it's an issue that the Chair of the Budget Performance Committee rightly raises with us in relation to greater collaboration. There are some examples, and if I want to speak for the Chair, she would say one or two examples isn't enough, and she's right. So there are some examples I could point to, Hounslow being one, other parts of London, where we're doing estate sharing, sometimes council with the police, sometimes the police with other parts of the public sector. We need to do more of that, not just because it makes sense, but because it saves money as well. We can address the issues the police used to have around secrecy. Of course, we need to make sure their data is safe, that they've got a safe place to do work, separate from others. That can be addressed. And the police accept that can be addressed. And so we'd expect to see more of that going forward. David leads on the group collaboration work across the sector, and that includes the LAS as well, I think, David, and councils as well. And David, you just add a bit more detail I know time is short about some of the work we're doing to give you some comfort that we do take it seriously.
Thank you.
Absolutely, we do. We have the Blue Light collaboration, which looks at a range of operational things, but also estates as part of that. And we have the Estates and Facilities Management Group that really focuses on office accommodation across the group. So we already, as the Mayor said, have some examples in place, like LFB co-located, and the police co-located down at Purley. But we need to do a lot more. I've commissioned a report for the Mayor on this, which I've just received a draft of actually yesterday, because we're really determined to push on with this wherever it makes sense. Obviously, security issues sometimes are a factor, but as we've shown through the City Hall relocation, where there's money to save, we will do so. And with the ambulance service and the fire brigade, there's a sizable opportunity that we want to take.
Thank you. I mean, I think this is a way that we can get greater value for money, particularly from dedicated ward officers whose time often is spent going backwards and forwards between locations. In fact, just during this meeting, I've had an email from a constituent in Chiswick asking for possibilities for the ward officers there. Who is best to direct these examples, these suggestions to? Would it be yourself, Mr. Mayor, or you, David?
Either of us, or Sophie Linden. Even the borough command at the BCU level, there is some flexibility there. But if you come to us, we can make sure we follow that up. But David isn't. I've tasked David with the issue of a GLA group collaboration, and he chairs the board as well.
And it's important to stress that the estate strategy will retain the principle that all dedicated ward officers need to have a base within 20 minutes of their ward. Sometimes that creates challenges for collaboration. For instance, we've looked at the idea of using spaces in tube stations, perhaps where there used to be ticket offices, but the Met's operational requirements around lockers, around showers and things like that have tended to mean that they're not possible. But the strategy will absolutely maintain that commitment.
Okay. That 20-minute target, I know from going out on patrol with my local Safer Neighbour teams, is often very challenging to meet, and I think it does lead to not getting the best value for money from those police officers. So it's good to hear that it's still an ambition, though. I'm short of time, so I'll cut off there, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, so in terms of the big picture, what does the provisional police grant settlement mean for the Met in terms of capacity and tackling crime as we approach the new financial year?
Thank you for your question. So as I said in answer to the previous question, the expectation from the government, we're almost under economic duress, is that we must raise the police precept by the maximum £10. We know, because history tells us this, if we don't, will be punished next year. What that means is that we'll be able to support the additional police officers that I've funded from City Hall, 1,300 going forward. We've now been told by the government that we're not going to receive all 6,000 officers that the Commissioners thinks we need based upon our professional expertise and that I think we need. We're receiving, over the 3 years, 4,500 of the 6,000. That's about 3/4 of the officers we need. We don't receive, and I made this point again in my meeting with the Home Secretary, the full amount of national and international capital city grant we're due, £159 million, and we haven't received the capital funds that we spend. We spend, roughly speaking, £300 million on our estate, capital expenditure, so forth, cars, lockers, tasers and so forth. We received last year £3 million. This year there's zero, because it's all been put into the main budget. So it's going to be tough. I'm determined, though, to make sure we continue to make the progress we've made over the last few years in reducing violent crime, reducing knife crime, reducing burglaries, moped-enabled crime, and so forth. But it's going to be tough.
Can I ask you a specific question, an area of policing that often does not get the attention that it deserves? This is officers' equipment kit. So the new officers that we've been allocated with, not enough, we should have had more, up to the full 6,000. But they will obviously require new kit. There will be a demand for new police cars to support their work too. Does the government provide funding for this capital investment activities separately, or is it covered through our core police grant?
No, it doesn't. So one of the problems we have is, if you remember, in year one of the 3 years, we got funding for, roughly speaking, 1,300 officers. And that included not just the salary, but other issues that are ancillary to an officer doing his or her job. In the second year, the expectation was also for 1,300 officers, but the money we received was less, because the expectation was some of the year one money would be used for the ancillary stuff. And so that's one of the points we try to get across to the government. If there are more police officers, they should be arresting more people. There should be more forensic work being undertaken. They may need more vehicles. We'll need more tasers. We'll need more protective kit, so forth and so forth. There's no additional money has been given for that, no capital money as well. That comes from within the budgets we have. That's why it's really, really stretching, and it is really tough.
Mr. Mayor, just bringing my time, I want to ask you about a public health approach to tackling crime. It's having some real impact, such as reducing the number of young people being caught up in knife crime. The services delivering this important work have stressed that they are in desperate need of securing multi-year funding, something we already talked about earlier, in order to keep going, operating effectively. But unfortunately, the government have yet again only provided a one-year settlement. What impact will this have on these services, on the police's ability to do their job properly, and on your public health approach in general?
Yeah, well, there are two problems, actually, you've highlighted. One is our police budget is only a one-year budget from the government settlement, right? The VIU is also just a one-year budget. What are the problems? We can't make efficiency savings because we've not got a 3-year plan. In relation to any transformation work we do, we can't really do as well as we'd like to do because it's only 1 year rather than 3 years. But you imagine if you're a youth group we do work with, or if you're somebody who wants to work in the youth sector, you've only got certainty for a year rather than 3 years. And that's why it's really important for the government to realise we need multi-year funding deals. The government recognises this because they're doing it for education and a couple of other departments. We need them to do it for policing and the VIU as well.
And my final question, that you continue to budget for 6,000 officers, something that Assemblymember Hall, if I quote her correctly, said is a laudable aim, but that your budget should be based on realistic assumptions. She said this in a statement. Don't you think your budget should reflect the needs of Londoners and the Commissioner's own professional assessment that we need 6,000 officers to police our streets?
No, I'm not willing to give up. It's very easy for me to be a yes man to this government. One of my jobs as the Mayor is to be a champion and advocate for our city. Our Commissioner, who the Home Secretary reappointed and I supported, believes we need 6,000 officers out of the 20,000 officers. We still need another 1,500 officers. I agree with her. We do want to carry on lobbying the government for the additional officers. We may be able to get more officers if the government gave us the national, international capital cities grant money. The funding formula is going to be changed this year. We may be penalised. We need to make sure we get more money rather than less. That's why it's really important we carry on our fight for more officers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm out of time. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I've had no other indications on this section to speak, so we'll move on to the next section, which is concerning the London Fire Commissioner. And that first question will be, that's allocated to the Liberal Democrat group to ask the first question. So I'll go to Assembly Member Bokhari.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor, we know that the government's action on building safety crisis has been excruciatingly slow and piecemeal, so we must continue to push for more action. But what additional steps are you taking in this budget to support the many Londoners who are affected by this crisis?
Thank you for your question and for your constant lobbying on this issue. So one of the big things we're doing, Chair, to make sure those people who live in these buildings that aren't safe as they should be, is I'm proposing that the London Fire Brigade receives an increase in their funding of £20 million in 2022-2023. Just to give you an idea, that's 13% above the baseline that the funding settlement from the government leads to. That's £27 million more than the government says they need. We're also addressing the recommendations that are directly linked to the families you're talking about. Firstly, from the HMI, and secondly, from the Grenfell Tower Phase 1 inquiry. The third thing we're doing in relation to these Londoners that we both care about is making sure that some of the changes brought about by the Fire Safety Act and the Building Safety Bill that will soon be in Act, we are having London Fire Brigade that can help support that. Things like inspections, things like making sure we satisfy the roles of the regulator. We're waiting for the guidance from the Fire Safety Act. We welcome, by the way, the government's given us some one-off grant funding in relation to this. That will support not simply the work we've already done in relation to identifying which buildings we're worried about, more than 1,000, but secondly, the role of inspections by fire officers is really important going forward. And in the meantime, we continue to chase, chivvy, pressurise developers to make these buildings fit for purpose. It's really important we put pressure on them.
So you mentioned the inquiry. So the London Fire Brigade got extra funding to undertake work on the Phase 1 of the Grenfell inquiry, but 6 out of 29 recommendations will not be completed by the end of the financial year. As the LFB cannot complete these, what kind of extra provision will you be providing for a wider ongoing support for those affected by the building safety crisis?
So just to clarify, I know it's not intentional, 3 of the recommendations will be satisfied by the end of this financial year, and the 3 are things that are difficult. So, for example, they're steps to be taken to investigate the compatibility of the LFB systems with those of the Met Police Service and Ambulance Service. That won't be done. Obtaining the equipment to allow firefighters wearing helmets and breathing apparatus to communicate with the bridgehead. We think that will be done by August, not by April. And storing electronic building plans and make them available for responding to incidents. That won't be done by the end of this financial year. In relation to the buildings, I've already welcomed the progress Michael Gove has already made since he was reshuffled into that job. He met this week with the developers in relation to put more pressure on them. I've written to the developers, working closely with the relevant minister, Stephen Greenhouse, in relation to putting pressure on them. The monies that the government has allocated to the developers sort themselves out goes through City Hall. We administer that money. We, as well, are putting pressure on the developers to move far quicker. So these are some buildings have been allocated money, but they're still taking a lot too long in relation to sorting that out. We're also working with the government in relation to identifying who the building owners are. Some are offshore companies and so forth. And so that's sort of work we're doing. What we're saying to the government is, for those buildings below 11 metres, and for those buildings which are dangerous because of non-cladding reasons, wooden balconies and so forth, where there's no good news from the government, they should be stepping in now to make them safe, and later on have the argument with developers, owners and so forth about who reimburses the government, because I think those buildings carrying on being dangerous and those families being stressed and their dream being turned into a nightmare can't be right.
And we'll be talking more about mental health as well later on in today about related to this. But also the LFB's budget submission has confirmed it has significant financial and cultural challenges to face. How confident are you that the LFB and its leadership have the skills and ability to tackle some serious cultural and financial issues? And what actions are you taking to ensure that there are improvements?
I think the Commissioner was here. He'd had the humility to recognise in the past they've not had the expertise to do these sorts of work. That's why they're hiring new people. The new director of corporate services is coming in to help out. The new director leading on transformation is helping out. There is a transformation plan. The assurance work has now changed in relation to independent assurance from somebody outside the fire brigade. The panel of experts who will be looking at the assurance work here as well, aside from the work the Deputy Mayor does and the GLA team does as well, and the Assembly does, of course, it is really, really important. But, you know, look, the HMI were quite clear in their report, as indeed were the Grenfell Tower public inquiry phase 1. We've got the Fire Brigade Commissioner, the London Fire Commissioner has taken that on the chin and accepted that. You know, he's not in denial, as previous leaders of the fire service have been. He's recognising that and taking action.
Okay, let's see what happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Mayor, the Fire Brigade has to make several £1 million worth of savings over the next few years. Do you anticipate that these savings will lead to any cuts in fire stations, appliances or firefighters?
Well, that was the previous guy. Things have changed under my administration. There is a new community risk management plan that's been worked upon. I've got no plans to close fire stations, appliances or staff. Let's wait and see what the plan comes up with. I've got to make this point, though, which is a point that Susan and I agree on, is the collaboration, you know, may lead to some changes in relation to greater working together and stuff. And say for that scenario, I definitely hope not. I'll just say, the other point is actually our city is becoming more difficult in relation to the work of the fire service because of the work uncovered by the inspections of buildings post-Grenfell. Add to that threats of terrorism and the role the fire service have in dealing with more terrorists and so forth makes their job more difficult. So I'm not sure that contingent upon what the community risk management plan says, I'm not sure anybody will be advising closing down fire stations or removing appliances.
And when will you have a better idea of what these savings might actually look like? The savings that are going to be required. I think there's what actually might need to change for the brigade to deliver those savings.
So some of the transformation work will lead to savings. The Commission understands that the budget flexibility reserve is there for a finite time. They can't always dip into that when they need to. Look, over the last 5 years, I have given the fire brigade more than the government says they need because I recognise there's a backfill to be done. But I think you're right to challenge the fire brigade, as indeed I do, and Dr. Fiona Schweikros does, in relation to savings they need to make going forward. And you're spot on in relation to that. I think David's spoken to the Commissioner recently in relation to some of the work we're doing and some of the savings required going forward.
Yeah, absolutely, in terms of changes in the people services function. And given what you said, Assembly Member, about skills in the brigade, which is a very important point, there's in some areas a need to invest to save, but the Commissioner is absolutely clear, and the Mayor reminds him, I think, basically every time he sees him, about the need to ensure that the savings part of that comes through. And I think what you'll see is later this year the new community risk management plan, which of course the Assembly gets the chance to review and comment on before it's finalised, and that model will need to set out how the changes there will help deliver savings and efficiencies. The other big risk that the brigade has got, of course, is that fundamentally we are dependent on government decisions about how much money it allocates to the fire brigade and the money it gives to the Mayor. We know that we've only got a one-year settlement for 22-23. The government is thinking about how it allocates fire funding around the country, and while we all would recognise there are challenges in all parts of the sector. The risk that we face in London, it's around half of the high-rise buildings that are at risk are here in the capital, and that's why we think there's a really strong case for the government continuing to give London the resource it needs, so that if we do, heaven forbid, have a fire on the scale of a Grenfell, we have sufficient capacity to be able to get firefighters there and get people evacuated.
Thank you for the information. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your work on advocating for the many residents we have stuck in the cladding and building safety scandal. You've called on the government to increase the London Fire Brigade baseline funding, which, amongst other things, would help to maintain an increased number of inspecting officers to support the introduction of the building safety regulator. What has the government response so far been on this?
Thank you. Just to remind colleagues that the funding we give to the LFB means that the LFB receives 13% more funding versus the baseline, and that's really important. The reason why the baseline funding is important is because that's recurring. And so what we want is, as you've suggested, is an increase in the baseline funding. So what we've got is not that. We've got a one-year settlement rather than a three-year settlement. We have, though, been successful, and I want to thank the government, for a one-off grant payment from the government. That comes to about £5.5 million. We've used almost half of that in relation to inspections, identifying which buildings are not safe, need additional help, and so forth. And that way the fire service knows when they go to a fire in a building, God forbid, if that built environment is safe, that they can use stay put advice, whether it's not safe, and so forth and so forth. The second half of that money will be used by the LFB in relation to the additional requirements caused by inspections, by training, how we use technology in relation to the additional obligations placed on them with the Fire Safety Act and the Building Safety Regulator. The problem, though, is, and that's one-off, and so once it's spent, it's spent, and that's why we really need an increase in baseline funding, so there's recurring certainty going forward.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think, as you alluded to earlier, we have a real problem in London, particularly with buildings that are just going to be completely uncovered by the government's announcements, such as those that are under 11 metres, of which there's many in my constituency. Without that funding going forward, I mean, eventually the government is going to have to come up with a plan for all of these buildings. What is that going to look like without recurring funding?
Well, can I just say, I mean, you and I speak regularly to families suffering the consequences of their buildings not being remediated. Hina referred to mental ill health. I mean, these are families who are really, really suffering huge stress and anxiety and mental ill health because of the fear, if there is a fire, their home becomes more dangerous because of things outside their control that they couldn't have been aware of when they bought that home if they're a leaseholder. And that's why it's really important for the government to step up. I've got to say, that Michael Gove has made good progress, and he should be commended for the progress he's made, because Robert Jenrick made no progress and was almost given the impression of being in the pocket of developers who were doing nothing to take action, and so we should give him credit for moving where he has. 11 to 18 metres is now better than it was before. We should welcome that. The idea of loans was ridiculous, but he's got to go further in relation to those below 11 metres and non-cladding remediation. And also, I welcome the fact that he's putting pressure on the developers in relation to doing more from them as well. We're happy to work with the government on this. I think this is a good example of we're on the same side here, and those families will expect nothing less.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. At the budget and performance meeting this month, your Chief of Staff said the specifics of the LFB's people services savings were hard to quantify at this stage. When do you think there might be a clearer, more detailed picture regarding these saving proposals?
Well, it's good to see you and
nice
to hear you.
Too.
I'll let the Chief of Staff answer the question as you refer to him.
Yeah. I believe we've published the decision document, which I would, in the interest of time, direct the Assembly member to. What that sets out is that what we need to do is get the new HR business partners in post, and with that new senior staff, that will enable the plan for driving out the savings to be set out in detail, and so that's the plan there.
Thank you. When is LFC likely to publish its new estate management plan, which at the committee meeting in January was said to be coming alongside the community risk management plan as well?
Yeah, that will necessarily come with the community risk management plan, because in response to an earlier question, the Mayor talked about the target operating model that flows from that, and clearly the estate strategy has to align with your target operating model. And so, in terms of finalising that, they will come out, I imagine, at the same time, and they're being developed in parallel, including the work that is ongoing, I know, at the moment around the Fire Brigade estate and net zero, which is obviously a very important consideration.
The other thing just to add, Sean, is we do know that the Albert Embankment and Clerkenwell sites, we know that those are sites that have been declared surplus to requirements, so that we can say are surplus, and so you can take that as a said. But David's right in relation to them being linked. And just the other point that the chair of the Budget Performance Committee and I agree on is the issue of collaboration. So subject to those things, we hope to have that at the same time as the CMP.
Is there any time scale? Do you have a rough delivery date on that?
There is, I think, in relation to the motion. There is a timeline.
So we're challenging the brigade on the CRMP to get it done certainly within 2022. There's a statutory process to follow, and it's important that there is proper consultation with Londoners as well as the Assembly. But the Deputy Mayor and I have met the Commissioner and challenged him to do that as quickly as possible. And so we were waiting for him to come back and set out the detailed schedule based on the challenge we gave him around that.
And if you remember, this takes over from the London Safety Plan that used to take some time. It's called something else now, but it's the same thing. That's why this process is in place for the engagement, consultation, so forth.
Okay, thank you. Chair.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I think I've got 1 minute left. Yes. I had to say good morning. Last week, you published your pathway to net zero carbon by 2030, as you promised me at Mayor's Question Time last year you would, so thank you very much. And also, since then, you've made some really strong comments, particularly about climate mitigation and reducing emissions, particularly the road user charging, which was very much welcomed by my colleagues and myself. And also, I want to thank you for the acknowledgement that you often give to the Green Group for pushing you on announcements like that. I want to talk now, though, about climate adaptation, and particularly the role of the London Fire Brigade in that, both in wider emergency planning and also the work they've done in warning on adaptation with TfL, utilities, and also the Environment Agency, who, to quote them directly, said, adapt or die. Now, you've spoken this morning in the Chamber about one-off projects for adaptation, but would you consider a more strategic funding to make sure that we're looking at the scale of investment that's needed for adaptation in London?
Yeah, thank you for your question, and as ever, it's always good to be challenged by colleagues on the Assembly. So the community risk management plan will be looking at some of these sorts of issues because what you're highlighting is how the demands on the LFB are changing because of climate change. Right? If we'd have been speaking 10 years ago, the sort of work the LFB does in relation to flash flooding would have been almost, a Hollywood movie type thing. But more and more, the LFB are aiding residents and businesses who have been flooded and stations who have been flooded, but also helping colleagues outside London as well because we've got the kit. And so what we're hoping is that the Community Risk Management Plan gives us a forward plan, assessment, what's needed, and then we can try and assess our budgets towards meeting what they need. And you'll be aware some of the kit we have is used by colleagues around London. But actually, one of the things we're trying to say to the government and indeed the Environment Agency, who are an arm of the government, is actually you've got to be thinking now in relation to adaptations and permanent plans, not just by the coast and by the river, but in our cities as well. And I know our Commissioner talks regularly with Commissioners around the country, because I think this is a common city problem, and I'm sure you know this from speaking to your colleagues around the country as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've seen no other indications to speak on this area, so let's move to the next one, which is Transport for London. The Labour Group will ask the first question, and that will be Assembly Member Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, Mr Mayor. The TfL submission to the GLA budget shows that Transport for London are having to plan for their managed decline scenario from 2022-23 with no new enhancement projects above those already committed to and with only essential renewables projects continuing. Can you expand on what the budgetary impacts of managed decline will be?
Catastrophic. I mean, listen, the current deal we have with the government runs out in 10 days' time. I mean, you'll remember that many of our assets are 40 years old, some more than 40 years old, like the Bakerloo line. And so we've got to plan long term. There's no certainty of funding, forget for 23-24, for 22-23. So what that means is at the moment, we have paused the re-tendering of some bus contracts. That has implications for those companies, for their staff, and for the factories that make the electric buses these private companies order. We're considering which contracts to cancel, because although we have to pay compensation to private companies for cancelling contracts, that will be less than the money for carrying through these contracts. For Londoners, it means the tube service is being cut by around 9%. There's a separate conversation about do we do that by closing down one line, or do we reduce the frequency of trains on the tube. On our buses, that means a kind of around 18%. To give you an idea of what that looks like, that's 100 routes stopping and 200 routes having their frequency changed. Rather than waiting 5 minutes for a bus, you're waiting 12 minutes for a bus. And to make this point, we're hardly going to encourage people to leave their petrol car and diesel car at home and to walk, cycle, use public transport if public transport is less good and if the roads are more dangerous.
Thank you. I'd just like to follow up on the impact on public transport specifically, and have you made an estimate as to the potential for a decline in fares income should public transport become less reliable and less attractive due to the impact of a managed decline scenario?
Yeah, so there's two, in crude terms, without being patronising, the two ways to make our budget balance is to reduce expenditure to increase income. The reason why the managed decline scenario is nonsensical is because not only do we lead to our city being less able to contribute to the Treasury's coffers because, businesses we speak to say they need TfL firing all cylinders to do well in relation to productivity, but also the incomes we get in from fares reduces as well. So it's a vicious circle that leads to us going back to where we were in the 1970s and 1980s. And by the way, one of the ways of attracting business to London, when I speak to chief execs around the world, investors around the world, is talking up our city in relation to infrastructure, new homes and public transport. You're able to do that if you are on the managed decline scenario. That's why it's so important for the government to understand why investment in London makes sense for London, but also our national recovery as well.
Thank you. Just to pick up on your point about the government, a couple of weeks ago I was watching a Prime Minister's press conference at home, and I was quite surprised but pleased to see he seemed to be supporting London. In fact, I was so surprised I nearly choked on my cup of tea. He said that of course ridership has been down because of the pandemic, and it's so vital that London is properly provided for. So has the Prime Minister been true to his word, and does it look like TfL will receive the long-term funding that the Prime Minister seems to recognise himself that it needs?
Well, the current Prime Minister hasn't been true to his word. We'll have to see what his successor does. But look, just look at the evidence in relation to some of the policies from this government. TfL not giving the support it needs versus the privatised train operating companies. We've made £1 billion worth of savings over the last 5 years. The Met Police Service has to make £1 billion worth of savings since 2013, most of it post-2016. We've got to make, by the way, further savings, according to the government, of another £100 million over the course of the next year across the country. The Met Police have got to carry some of that burden as well. The Fire Brigade, in relation to baseline funding, we've talked about, as Anna said, we receive less money from the government than we should. And I could go on. There are pots of money the government is setting aside that other cities can bid for, and London is excluded. The way to get a national recovery is to work with the capital city. I think the most patriotic thing you can do is to talk up our capital city and to support our capital city. And when I hear politicians from all parties, by the way, talking down London, I don't see how that helps. And the way to level up is to encourage all parts of the country to have the powers and resources they need to do better.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cheers.
Thank you very much. The next person on my list is Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much. In last week's update to your draft budget, the sum of £216.9 million was allocated to fund infrastructure projects to improve London's air quality and environment. Could you outline which TfL projects will that funding support?
I'm not sure what number you're talking about, Karen. Can you just check?
Yeah, so that's the money that the Executive Director of Resources now believes we won't have to return to billing authorities. And yeah, so that money is, we've been working to date on an assumption that TfL, as they take 84% of business rates income, that then 84% of that we would want to spend on Transport for London, because the Mayor's had a policy of not having cross-subsidy between different, between the Department for Transport and policing, for instance, in either direction. And so what that money is an allocation that says, the Mayor spoke obviously last week around the climate emergency and possible
so which transport
changes.
Projects are you looking at, Mr. Mayor?
If funding was needed to implement those or to help Londoners adapt to changes, then that would give us some funding that could be used for that purpose. So
have you looked at anything yet, or is it too early?
I wish David Gallie would give me the permission to look into this, but the figure I've had in mind was £258.8 million, and that's why the 84% comes to the 216. So apologies for that. So it's making the changes that may need to be made in relation to the policies I talked about last week that Zach referred to in relation to the climate emergency. But there's a conversation we've got to have with the Commissioner and the team at TfL, but also a conversation post them coming back to me with the work I've asked them to do in relation to the 4 options this side of the next mayoral election, and the longer term option in relation to smart road user charging. But also, of course, I've got to wait and see what happens post January 31st in relation to the definitiveness of the numbers and where we are. I may have more information by February in relation to when I come back to you for the final budget, but that's contingent upon TfL coming back to me with the work I've asked them to do.
Okay, so you recently announced, as we've discussed earlier, your intention to explore more coherent road user charging in the capital, which we absolutely welcome here. But
Some of you do. Some of you do.
Well, we do. I'm talking on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group. I can't speak for the whole Assembly. But how much funding is allocated to this work? And will it also look at things like a workplace parking levy, which is another option open to you in the GLA Act?
Yeah, I can't give you that detail today, but let me see how soon I can give you the detail. I'll be astonished if I can by February. That may take some time, because I have asked TfL, who've got limited bandwidth because they're trying to negotiate with the government at the same time. And so I've got to be honest, I don't think they're going to come back to me by February, because they're just dealing with other issues and stuff. But at some stage, I do want the TfL to come back to me with some of the options, how we reduce transport emissions. And you mentioned one, and I know there's another city now considering this after Nottingham, I forget which one now. But there are more cities looking into this issue.
Okay, and in terms of this additional funding, I realise you're focusing it on air quality, but the other really important issue around infrastructure is step-free access, and we know that all your step-free access programmes come to an end. Will you be looking to see if any of this new funding could go into step-free projects?
I can't give detail. I don't want to mislead you. So once I've got more detail, I'm more than happy to, as always am, to get my team or me to speak to you about the options and stuff. You will know my commitment to step-free in relation to the importance, and you've been a powerful ally in relation to this. We've made good progress. The only reason we've paused progress is because of the pandemic and the government's lack of support to our city. But just like what looks like a small thing like public loos can enable Londoners to get out, having step-free access can enable Londoners to get out and about across our city as well. We have made great progress in the underground. And by the way, something you'll be really pleased about is all of the Elizabeth line is step-free, which is fantastic news.
Long issue we campaign for. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm afraid the Liberal Democrats are now out of time. The next question is from Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for those questions, Assembly Member Pidgeon. I'd like to follow on from those questions about what we're doing with the new Transport Services Funding Reserve, which is where 216.9 million of the sort of unneeded to be refunded business rates are going. You were mentioning workplace parking levy, and you weren't sure which city it was.
I think Karen mentioned that, not me.
I'm afraid it's. Well, you said you weren't sure which city was bringing it. Well, it's definitely not Bristol, because in Bristol in November the proposal from the Green Party to put forward a corporate parking levy had any firm commitment to pursuing the idea, removed from the motion by the Labour members of that council.
What's happening in Brighton?
Which is a shame. It may be another city, though, that you're thinking of. Are we talking about Brighton? No? I don't. You said you didn't know which city, and I was just saying it's definitely not Bristol for those reasons cited.
You could have mentioned other cities like Brighton.
It could be. It could possibly be Brighton and Hove, Mr. Mayor. Moving on.
Doesn't run it. Yours does, so that's why you know the full name. I don't.
I would like to ask you a question about this funding, though, because at the moment, and you said you may bring forward things in February, so maybe that is the answer. But if you look at the reserve table, which is in section 2.42. It's very clear from that table that the money for this reserve is coming from this year's budget, 21-22, because it's money we were expecting to have to return to the government and we don't have to. So it's this year's money. And then, according to this table, it sits there in the account for 2 whole years and isn't planned to be spent any of until 23-24. So given that when you talked about those 4 options for transport, 3 of them were going to be quite immediate. Presumably this is for the 4th option, in which case shouldn't it be brought forwards and not just be left to sit fallow for 2 whole years? I've discussed with you before how there are serious preparation works needed on a scheme like this, including a huge conversation with Londoners, but also, one of your written answers to me that we received this week makes it clear we don't even know how many miles are driven in London at the moment. We only know how many miles Londoners drive. That's some serious work that could be brought forwards and used some of this funding used for.
Yeah. If I can help with that, so there's 2 items of funding that is in that reserve. One will be the 216 million that we've talked about.
And there's a further 61 going in the following year.
And then what that is about is the potential for we have one of the schemes that the Mayor outlined as possibles that TfL are looking at last week. You're absolutely right to say that there would need to be funding for implementation costs. It isn't possible, until a decision is taken to take forward such a scheme, if indeed that's what the Mayor ultimately decides.
So you're saying in the February budget we may see a different spending profile?
What I'm saying is that until you say, right, yes, we are doing a scheme, this is the scheme we're doing, this is the profile of implementation costs, you can't set out the numbers between the different years until those decisions are made. So it's a budgetary assumption at the moment that that money would be spent in 23-24. However, it's possible that some of the early implementation works would fall into 22-23.
So if we continue to lobby for the kinds of things I've just discussed and some research work, that could be pulled forward.
Yes, the Mayor said TfL is looking at some of this now, and then the balance of money in that reserve is the council tax, where the government's required the Mayor to raise money for 23-24, but given the
that's fine. I wasn't asking about
the increased limits, we need to do that.
Can I ask a further question? Because there is also the business rates reserve, which is holding over £78 million in funding, which you've indicated in this draft budget you are looking to allocate in your final budget towards things. So we'll be discussing later on how the need to achieve Vision Zero means investing in more pedestrian crossings. We're going to be proposing that in one of our motions later on. So just for me to raise now, it would be great to see some of that money going into real pedestrian safety on the roads, as we've uncovered this gap with all these junctions, that are 250 junctions that don't have crossings that they need. So I hope you'll consider that.
It's very important,
Mr. Mayor.
As the Mayor considers all these things, to understand the business rate reserve is going up and down with the results of the pandemic and the payments back to building authorities and government compensation. And therefore, we're actually projecting by 24-25 to be about £50 million below the amount the Executive Director previously regarded as prudent. So we cannot regard business rate reserves as sort of free money to allocate around the place, notwithstanding the importance of the issue that you raise.
I believe there's no time for much of an answer from the Mayor left, but if you would like to answer my question.
I always listen in an engaged and interested-looking way to whatever you say, Sean, as I'll do this afternoon.
Okay, we look forward to some more Vision Zero policies coming forwards in the final budget.
Thank you, and the Green Group is now out of time. The next Assembly Member to ask a question, Assembly Member Fortune.
Thank you very much. Mr Mayor, it's a very quick one, just to counter some potential misreporting in the papers last week around the boundary charge. I know the government's not keen on it, but can you make it clear whether or not the boundary charge option is something you have taken off the table in the paper you sent to government?
No, the feasibility study was sent to the government last week. It was received by me last week. I've read it. It's 70 pages long. It's one of the 4 options. And as the Chief of Staff has said, we've asked TfL to go away and do some work on all 4 options in relation to what I announced in relation to our ambitions to cut congestion, in relation to reduce air pollution, and in relation to tackle climate emergency. Separate from that, if you remember the reason why we raised it, it's just a coincidence. It overlaps with those priorities. It was one of the options that we gave to the government with a number of other options in relation to how we fill the £500 million black hole the government's asked us to.
That's great. It was just clarity around that point because the newspaper had reported that it had been taken off the table. So thank you for that clarity.
There are no other indications on that section. I'll now move, therefore, to the London Legacy Development Corporation. And I just want to ask if any member wants to ask a question. I've got an indication for Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mayor. How are you?
Good afternoon. Not bad.
Good, good. So, I just want to talk about the London Stadium. And as you know, London Stadium's now been in existence for 10 years. And one of the issues with the London Stadium is that it's deemed to be it has onerous contracts in the form of West Ham United and also the Athletics UK. And one of the funding streams that was always put on the table was the naming rights, which was guesstimated at around about 4 million initially. So over 10 years, we should have been looking at about £40 million worth of income. But, you know, spectacularly, the LLDC have failed to win a contract to name the stadium. And in spite of the fact that on numerous occasions, West Ham United have offered to step in, who have massive experience of sponsorship and help. But always, for whatever reason, those offers are turned down. You may also be aware that last year, LLDC had conversations with a PIA group, and allegedly they offered to do a deal around the stadium, and I'm not sure whether it was around ownership, but certainly a different arrangement where PFI would take over the running of the stadium and possibly the ownership. But those offers have not been made to West Ham United. Now, in December, 24th of December, West Ham wrote to the Chief Executive of LLDC and asked to enter into talks around naming rights, enter into talks around a different deal around the stadium, which would be to great benefit of the LLDC, and as yet they've not received a response. Mr Mayor, would you firstly agree that we should be that the LLDC should be working with West Ham because it's in everyone's financial benefit, including the taxpayer? And more importantly, would you, Mr Mayor, use your influence to get both LLDC and West Ham to start talking?
Well, Chair, let me unpack a number of the issues raised in that question. Firstly, in relation to discussions between LLDC and West Ham, LLDC's door is always open to speaking to West Ham, and so I'm sure I'm not going to go into commercial discussions between West Ham and LLDC, but I'm sure LLDC and West Ham will have discussions in relation to a number of issues. I'm not going to talk about the particular one you've mentioned for obvious reasons. In relation to naming rights, I mean, you'll be aware of some of the challenges Chelsea Football Club have in relation to naming their stadium. some of the challenging Tottenham Hotspur have in relation to naming rights of their stadium. The London Stadium is trying to get a sponsor to support us financially, of course, and so that stadium can be named, but it's in the overall context of the Olympic Park. But this is a challenging area, and the commercial officer is working, the chief commercial officer is working with LDC and others to try and make progress there. The third part of the story is actually relations between West Ham and LDC are far, far better now than they were when I first became mayor in 2016, and we need to make sure that relationship carries on, because they're going to be a tenant for some time going forward.
Assembly Member, I know that the Chief Exec of LLDC has offered a private briefing to the Chair of Budget and Performance Committee on these issues. Perhaps that's something that you might wish to be involved in, as well as necessarily some of this is commercial and can't be discussed in public.
So thank you. But just to say, they've not responded to the letter on the 24th.
Thank you. Assembly Member Devonish.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. In your view, is the LLDC transparent enough in both its culture and governance?
Well, I think the LLDC has made remarkable progress in the last few years. It is transparent in a number of the pieces of work that it does, and its governance has improved hugely over the last period. When you look at some of the progress made with the East Bank, you can see clearly not just the buildings going up, but there's transparency in relation to the deals done with the partners there. In relation to the work that's been undertaken with the councils, who in the not too distant future will be taking over the planning responsibilities, good relationships with them as well, but also with the residents through the council representatives who sit on the LLDC, whose board has expertise from the private sector, the public sector, as well as paid staff advising them. And I've been really impressed by the progress the LLDC has made over the last 5 years, in particular in relation to the deals made with those on the East Bank, but also in relation to improving the amount of affordable housing on the LLDC land.
I'm short of time, Mr. Mayor, but I appreciate if you could write to me with some more specific detail on this, because there has been a lot of concerns raised on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We now, then being no other indications on this section, will now move on to the Old Oak and Park Royal Development Corporation. The Labour Group will ask the first question, and that will be Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. How will your budget accelerate progress in the OPDC area?
Well, thank you for your question. I appreciate, bearing in mind the area you represent, you've got some skin in the game in relation to the geographical area covered by OPDC and where their office currently is as well. So look, the key thing that we've got to do over the course of the next 12 months is to try and make sure that the local plan is adopted. We need to work with the government to organise the land that they're responsible for. In the Chair's opening, she mentioned Network Rail, this high-speed 2, as well, of course, in that part of London. We've then got to work with the government in relation to some funding for enabling and infrastructure work, really important. And then we've got to find a private sector partner, a master developer partner. And just to show the really good working relationship between us and central government, I'll be visiting Old Oak Common with ministers from government shortly to show them the potential of this fantastic brownfield site.
It's great to hear you getting the input from government as well. And how do we get government and its agency, who have the majority of the land holding where the development is taking place, to make early decisions so that we get the maximum benefit for this project and that security that it will go ahead?
Well, I think DFT, Network Rail and High Speed 2, who are the land owners, understand the importance of us developing this huge brownfield site, the biggest in our city. The fact that there are ministers from 2 departments going with me on the visit, from the Levelling Up Communities and Local Government Department and Housing Department, and from DFT, I think shows the government are talking to each other going forward. I think the government realises, because they only last year, 2020, gave green light for High Speed 2, maybe in 2021, that it'd be nonsensical for the most expensive station ever built in the country, Old Oak Common, to be one where, as you come out of the station, all it has is industrial sheds. And so it's in everyone's interest to get development here, not least constituents of yours, including those at Park Royal. And so there's an appetite there, and we're trying to work with the government once we've got the local plan adopted to make quick progress.
Thank you. And I've been envious of some of the pictures I've seen of you at the new Elizabeth line stations this week. And on the theme of transport as well, obviously there will be an important interchange with HS2 and Crossrail going forward as well. How will you accelerate the creation of green spaces and sustainable transport methods within the OPDC area? Yeah, well, you're right. There's Great Western, there's High Speed 2, there's the Elizabeth lines. That junction is really, really important. So we're already doing work in relation to solar and working with Park Royal about decarbonising Park Royal. Park Royal, as you know, is the biggest industrial park in the city. It does a great amount of work. They've really struggled during this pandemic. So some of the work we've already been doing, OPDC's already been doing, is decarbonising some of the work that takes place at Park Royal. Some of the reasons, by the way, we need funding from the government around enabling and infrastructure is to support this agenda as well. It would be nonsensical if we were to focus only on, roads. We need to focus on green spaces, on walking, on cycling, or, as you say, having an interchange there that encourages public transport use. Great. And just final question from me. How can your budget also unlock early delivery of the 1,500 housing starts on the OPDC site by 2028? Is there any hope of it being brought forward to alleviate some of the housing pressures we have, which are ever so urgent? Yeah, so the good news is we've already given planning permission for a number of 1,000, I think 6,000 homes on the site, almost 3,000 already completed, many more coming on stream over the course of the next few months, so that's good news. One of the other reasons why you should be optimistic is we're now talking about the western part of the site where the land is owned by the government or agencies, organs of the government. That's good as well, because what we're not doing is having to do a CPO with a private landowner whose land value has gone up hugely. So actually there's more reason for you to be optimistic going forward.
Thank you very much. I think we've now reached the end of our question and answer session. Unless the Conservatives want to use their 7 seconds. No, perhaps not. We've now reached the end of the question and answer session. Thank you to the Mayor and officers for answering our questions. You're now free to leave.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would like to propose that the Assembly adjourn for 1 hour and 15 minutes and return at 1:45 before continuing the remaining business of the agenda. Is that agreed? Agreed. When we return from the adjournment, Assembly members will be proposing amendments to the Mayor's budget and possibly budget-related motions. Copies of these are formally provided at the point that they are moved. Therefore, papers will be circulated in the chamber once we return from the adjournment. However, it might be easier if at this point groups were to share those proposals in advance, because for those of us who've done it before know that we're hitting multiple adjournment territory now for people to consider motions, and it might just be a bit easier if you could do that. That being said, we'll be back at 1:45. Thank you.
Of a bow tie countdown. Bow tie, can we do the countdown to live?
Okay then everybody, here we go, counting down now from 5, 4...
Welcome back to the London Assembly's draft budget plenary meeting. The Assembly will now move to debate and consider the draft consolidated budget and formal budget amendments. I will hand over to the clerk who will confirm which documents have been tabled and explain the procedural rules which apply to this section of the meeting. Please pay attention because they're slightly different from our ordinary rules.
Thank you, Chair. The substantive motion on the agenda is to approve the draft consolidated budget for 22-23, together with the draft component budgets comprised within it, with or without amendment. In accordance with Standing Order 6.12b, this shall be considered without being proposed or seconded by a member. In accordance with Standing Order 6.12f, there will be one debate covering the substantive motion set out in the agenda, amendments to that motion, and any budget-related motions if tabled at this point. At the moment, you have two budget amendments before you that have been tabled, and at the moment, no budget-related motions have been tabled. Budget amendments at this stage can be passed by a simple majority of votes cast. Any budget amendments must amend the statutory figures that make up the consolidated budget requirement in the GLA Act, otherwise the statement is a budget-related motion. The Mayor is under a duty to respond to any amendments passed when he presents his final budget at the 24th of February 2022 Mayor's Question Time meeting. The Chair will now invite members to move and second the budget amendments which have been tabled.
Thank you. Due to a precedent I'm happy to explain, but if you don't want to explain, the first amendment to the budget is being proposed by Caroline Pidgeon and is being seconded by Zach Polanski. So, Caroline Pidgeon.
Thank you very much indeed. This amendment to the Mayor's budget is simple and essential. We must continue to raise the issues of the building safety crisis, and we must support the thousands of Londoners impacted. We must make sure that the crisis is always a focus for both this Assembly and also the Mayor of London. We have started to see some progress from government in recent weeks, but it feels to us not near enough. And it's good that too many leaseholders and residents across London, it's not good rather, I should say, too many leaseholders and residents are fearing living in a building which isn't safe, whilst many leaseholders are facing crippling bills. And a survey undertaken by the UK Cladding Action Group showed that a worrying 9 out of 10 leaseholders affected by the scandal have experienced worsening mental health. And I'm really upset by this, as many members will be in this chamber. We've all heard these terrible stories of leaseholders being forced to pay extortionate bills for remediation works, and we know the rising cost of waking watches as interim safety measures. So this amendment proposes the creation of a building safety crisis support hub. The hub will provide both mental health and practical advice to those affected by the building safety crisis in our city. There is a precedent for such a hub. The EU Londoners Hub, which currently exists, provides a wide range of practical advice and support to EU Londoners and is hosted via the GLA website. And we propose that the Building Safety Support Hub is also hosted and developed in this way. The hub would allow for drop-in advice sessions and support on such issues as completing funding applications for the different government funding pots, advice on the EWS1 process, and advising leaseholders of their rights. This would be achieved through tendering specialist organisations and charities to deliver this work alongside existing GLA resource, which has been factored into the costing for our amendment. We have also budgeted for user research to take place first to ensure the service is correctly tailored to the needs of those who will require it and to determine further success measures for the service. So our proposal would cost £120,000 in year one to be funded by the Business Rates Reserve, and it would then cost £40,000 for the following 2 years so as to maintain the service, so £20,000 to be taken for each of the next 2 years. And whilst at this stage we're saying we take it from the Business Rates Reserve, once the council tax returns and business rate collection levels are confirmed, we would expect this funding to come out of additional money received by the GLA at the final budget time. Now, this hub is not a new idea. It's one Assemblymember Bakari and myself have raised, and it's an idea that has support from all parties on the Assembly. The Fire, Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee called on the Mayor for the creation of such a support hub in January last year. The Assembly passed our motion, which included a call for such a hub to be established in July last year as well. But so far, the Mayor has ignored us. So as an Assembly, amending the Mayor's budget is one of our key powers, and we cannot just stand by without offering support to the thousands of Londoners caught up in this crisis through no fault of their own, given that we feel the Mayor's budget doesn't provide for this. So we should take this opportunity, and given the significant and wide-ranging impact of the building safety crisis, we think this hub is essential, and we really hope you will all support our amendment today. It will send a clear message to the Mayor as he develops his final budget, but also to all those affected by this crisis, that the London Assembly is saying to all of those victims, we hear you, we want to help you, and we will act in the way we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski, would you like to second?
Yes, please. First of all, I'd like to begin by thanking Assemblymember Pigeon for inviting me to second this amendment. Essentially, it's been 4 years since the Grenfell Tower tragedy, and hundreds of thousands of Londoners are still living in unsafe homes. Now, what this amendment does is essentially offer support to those caught up in the building safety crisis. Too many leaseholders are caught up with remediation costs, with interim safety measures, and so many of them still feel they can't remortgage their home and they can't resell it. Now, the impact of this crisis on mental health has been well documented, and we've heard many testimonies, both in this chamber or around investigations, from Londoners who feel like they're caught up in this crisis. And what they really need is action and support, not just warm words. Now, the government have started to make some moves on this, but it is slow and it is piecemeal. It's not good enough, and actually this is where City Hall can step up. So, this amendment proposes a building safety support hub for all those caught up in the scandal, which will mean they'll have access to key information, advice, and importantly, that crucial mental health support, similar to the EU Londoners Hub, a tried and tested model. Now, the Mayor's budget is £19 billion. This is a modest investment outlined for this hub, and I hope everyone in the chamber will support this motion. Thank you.
Can we now have the... I think we need to go on to the proposals first.
We do, Chair. So we're just going to have move second for both amendments, a general debate, and then summing up at the end, and then voting on the amendments.
But I've logged your request for when you can come in. Thank you. I'd now like to ask for the amendment proposed by the Green Group. I'd like to ask Assemblymember Russell to propose that, please. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm proud to be moving this Green Group amendment to the Mayor's draft budget today. It continues in the vein of our previous budget amendments by finding new and improved ways to support Londoners. But while I'm proud, it is also disappointing that this year's budget process has forced us to be limited in our ambitions. This is in large part because many of the figures provided are provisional and the amount of money available is really constrained. The budget process is never easy, and we're still waiting on final council tax returns, and while we now do have certainty about the balance of the business rates reserve, we still don't have a funding deal for TfL or an agreement with the government on increasing the GLA precept. So while a lot of this uncertainty has been due to the economic instability caused by the pandemic, some is frankly because the government isn't engaging with London and isn't supporting our essential services like transport and policing. Therefore, for this year, we're limited to proposing just one modest budget amendment, along with 3 budget-related motions covering toilets and pedestrian crossings, transparency over the Silvertown road tunnel cancellation costs, and a UBI trial that we will each speak to later in this meeting. So this brings me to the Green Group's actual amendment for this year. As I alluded to just now, the issues with the budget process mean we have had to be much more limited in scope than normal and restrict ourselves to using the business rate reserve for funding. The amendment which I'm now proposing asks for £500,000 to be put into a resident empowerment reserve fund as a way to level the planning playing field for Londoners. This fund is needed because all too often residents are on the back foot when it comes to planning developments due to a lack of access to expertise, time and funding. Estate ballots, for example, have not given residents the voice they were meant to. Landlords are gaming the system by spending huge sums of money on ensuring that they get a positive vote, while failing to finance independent resources for residents as required by the Mayor. We've all met residents' groups wading through hundreds of planning documents, trying to work out what's important and what is not, and wondering how to use the information they're reading to help them make their case. Many residents just need expert advice on how to provide constructive criticism on major developments, or they want to suggest alternative plans and they're hampered by a lack of funding to get any help. That's what our Resident Empowerment Reserve Fund would provide, a way for communities to engage effectively with the planning system and play their full part in shaping the future of our neighbourhoods across our city. This amendment proposes that £500,000 is taken from the Business Rates Reserve to set up this useful fund. It could be supplemented by developer contributions and the resources that landlords are meant to provide to residents during estate ballots. I move the City Hall Greens amendment on the Community Empowerment Fund and call on all fellow Assembly members to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Berry, do you want to second now or reserve your right?
I would like to second now, if that's okay.
Please do.
So thank you, Assembly Member Russell, for proposing this amendment. So yes, the Green Group is bringing this budget amendment to the Assembly today to respond to an obvious need in the way that we plan for new housing, community facilities and infrastructure in London. Now, I'm sure all Assembly members here have received many emails, correspondence, been on meetings and site visits with residents who are seeking help in dealing with a major planning issue in their area. And we hear the same complaints over and over again. Applications containing vast numbers of documents, often giant PDFs full of impenetrable information. Added to which, in the planning system, residents, their ability to hire experts to untangle this stuff, it's hampered by the vast disparity between them and the proposers, who have all the experts they need at their beck and call. The Planning and Regeneration Committee has been very concerned about the ability of residents to engage with major planning when it comes up to the Mayor for his decisions, and we've investigated this through looking at the Mayor's call-in process. Now, during this, we heard directly from community groups and campaigners from across London, and here is part of what Patria Roman Velasquez from Latin Elephant told the committee. She said it's important to think about parity and equity in terms of evidence, but also the expertise that is brought to these hearings. When we have resource-poor community groups, how are we going to do this? We're already a few steps behind a lot of the other people and stakeholders in these applications. How can we balance up the disparity and the inequity of resources at these hearings? I think the Assembly should vote for this amendment because this disparity and inequity is exactly what the Resident Empowerment Reserve Fund is designed to balance. It would help communities to properly scrutinise planning applications. Plus, it could help produce and fund credible, community-led alternative plans at an earlier stage in development planning. These things we've seen out there already, things like the People's Plans for the West Kensington and Gibbs Greens estates. This was really important in making change happen in that area. The fund, it can also help with the functioning of the excellent policy for residents facing demolition of their homes to have a democratic ballot, which landlords are supposed to contribute to. We could very usefully create independence in the funding of the residents' support that's needed there. And communities can also benefit when they're campaigning against huge inappropriate infrastructure plans. And it was a huge inappropriate infrastructure plan that gave us the idea for this. The Thames Gateway bridge, a bridge that was eventually stopped and given up on after a public inquiry, and in an unprecedented agreement, which Campaign for Better Transport, which is my former employer to declare an interest, called an unprecedented arrangement, and they said it should be a model for future public inquiries. In this, the opponents were funded to employ expert advisers in a deal struck between the Green group of Assembly members and the Mayor at the time, who needed our support to get his budget passed. Transport for London, in fact, provided £65,000 for the opponents to scrutinise the plans. Its own budget for the inquiry, by the way, was over £4 million. At the end of the inquiry, where the inspector found against the plans, the Transport 2000 at the time, now Campaign for Better Transport, asked the inspector to recommend, on the basis of their experience, that resources for objectors to engage professional assistance to present their cases should become the norm. The inspector said, "Such a recommendation is beyond my remit, but it was certainly helpful at this inquiry to receive the evidence of the expert witnesses engaged by the objectors with the benefit of funds provided by the promoters." Now, I think that enacting that recommendation from Campaign for Better Transport and the inspector at the Thames Gateway Bridge is definitely within the remit of the London Assembly. So I ask you all to vote in favour of this amendment today and truly empower residents right across London. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open the debate on those amendments, and the first name I have is Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just say we absolutely support more backing for leaseholders and tenants impacted by the building safety scandal. It's something that I think everyone in this room has met with leaseholders, met with residents, and their stories are devastating. I think what I've always been against it, and certainly Labour Group are always for working with leaseholders and not sort of setting expectations where we'll fall short. And I'm afraid £120,000 to set up a hub that's going to give specialist advice on to leaseholders, but also provide mental health support. I worry about it. But, you know, the Mayor has consistently campaigned for greater safety and has proposed a developer's levy to pay for those costs, something the government has now accepted in part. The Mayor and the Labour Group continue to campaign for buildings under 11 metres to be given access to funding, and leaseholders with non-cladding related defects to also be given the support they need. But the GLA is not the right organisation to be providing this specialist advice or mental health support. This amendment claims to be similar to the European London's hub, but that hub was a signposting service. What this amendment proposes is far more complex, and we simply can't provide that service for that amount of money. £120,000 in 1 year and then £40,000 going forward is not going to go very far. Leaseholders must have access to the necessary support and advice they need at this very distressing time. And there are various organisations offering this, including the government-funded independent advice service called LEASE. The Mayor has called on the government to review the role and remit of LEASE as a resource for leaseholders affected by the building safety scandal. And they are much better placed to be working with leaseholders and tenants at this time. It may be that LEASE is underfunded by governments and not delivering properly for Londoners. That is a conversation we need to have. But I think to just put in this amendment, I worry that while we have sympathy with it, I think just setting up a fund to create a hub for 3 years with such a small amount of money with an enormous remit would be creating false hope and not the support that these residents desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to thank my colleagues for bringing both of these amendments to us here. I think you've all spoken eloquently about what they represent, your actual amendments. So I won't go into that. What I will say is it's so easy to say, oh, we agree, we feel sorry for these people, but that's not enough money, or that's not the way to do it. Yes, it is the way to do it. And if it was successful and showed that it really helped those poor Londoners out there, then perhaps the Mayor could find some more money, because at the end of the day, we are all here to make life easier for those poor tenants, residents, etc. Now, when it comes to the fire situation and the building safety situation, most of us know somebody who's caught up in that. It's absolutely dreadful. And if they can be given any assistance, albeit not vast sums of money, any assistance whatsoever, that's what we're here to do. And actually, there's very few things we can do as Assembly members other than try and persuade the Mayor to do something, and it is to deal with his budget. I absolutely commend my colleagues for bringing these two things to us. I only hope that we can all put our hands up, which sends a message to the Mayor that we do want to look after Londoners. We do care that they're in a predicament, many of them, and we do want to do the very little things that we can do that will make their life easier. We therefore will support these amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Just a small intervention today. As a former leaseholder, I am still in contact with the people from my former Tenants Association where I was the chair. And I can tell you any and all help would be very, very gratefully received. Because you're talking about very small organisations, often individuals, who are having their local people lean on them, who would really, really need that support. So I think this is an excellent idea. And on top of that, London is the exact level to do this at. This morning, the point was made that we have over half the buildings in the entire country who are affected by this leaseholder scandal. So I actually think this is the right way to do it. The government's intervention has been welcome. Yes, they could always do more, and we on this side of the House will always campaign to get them to do more. But right here, right now, asking the Mayor to do this, I think would be very, very useful, because London is the place where many leaseholders would be expecting to find that help. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other Assembly Member Sheikh?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak to the amendment proposed by the Greens on the introduction of the Resident Empowerment Reserve Fund. We wanted to say it is a really important amendment. It is a really important issue. It's something that Labour has been passionate about, ensuring that community voices are heard. That's why we were really excited and found it incredibly constructive to have community groups come and speak to the Planning Committee last year. And actually, we are always aspiring to improve our community engagement. That's why the Labour group were very supportive of the Labour Mayor introducing the estate balloting scheme in the first place. We are totally in agreement that we need on the estate balloting schemes to review and make sure that actually there is a level playing field. We agree that community groups, residents who live in those estates also need to feel like there is a level playing field when those ballots take place. We unfortunately feel like this particular proposal doesn't enable that. We think a London-wide fund could see a situation where you had residents competing for funds that could make the situation become untenable. We also think that there are other more effective ways of ensuring we level the playing field by making sure we cap developers on what they spend on any of their local campaigning, as well as making sure the residents locally have the funds so that they can make their voices heard. So, important amendment. We're behind the spirit of it, but unfortunately we think that this particular proposal will be impractical and not actually achieve the aspirations set out in it. So we'd be happy to go away and have a conversation and develop a more thorough consensus plan on how to ensure that we achieve these aims. Thank you.
Are there any other contributions on the budget amendments? I don't see any, and therefore we'll move towards the. I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. I'm breaking in contact lenses.
Oh no.
So that's probably why I didn't see you. Sorry.
Never for a meeting. Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to echo what Assembly Member Sheikh has said, and simply to reiterate the point about the Green amendment. It does. Whilst the principles are very laudable, it does seem to conflate two different things. And the very, very clear principle around estate regeneration ballots, which do have a clear framework and structure, and I think there's a lot to commend the Mayor for introducing that when he was elected. And there are, as Assembly Member Sheikh says, opportunities there to make sure that that is levelled out for those people who live on those estates who are facing the prospect of being asked to make a decision. and the wider neighbourhood for whom obviously there are planning. They have views, but very much it is the homes of the people on those estates where those proposed changes are. And on the point about the Liberal Democrat motion, apologies, I forgot the hub. I wanted to also just, make sure that we do consider that it is very laudable to want to provide that support. But my concern, and I think our group's concern, is that we would not be providing the information that you seek rightly to provide to those people. As you said, London has more than half the homes that are affected by the cladding crisis, but we are bound by the same legislation. Those rules, the government needs to make a decision to make sure that when leaseholders come to look for information, that the information is there. I would struggle to understand how, in any meaningful sense, a website would provide mental health support, and I really hope that in the future it's something that we can campaign together to make sure that that is provided. Then ultimately leaseholders are able to pay those bills or have those bills removed, because that is ultimately the cause of the anguish and the mental health issues that many, many people across the capital are facing.
Thank you. Are there any more contributions to the budget amendments? Assembly Member... No? Oh.
No, I was merely signalling to my colleague that I'd turned off her microphone.
Oh, right. Sorry. So, that being said, what we'll now do is we'll vote on the amendments in the reverse order from which they were...
Sorry, summing up first.
Oh, of course. Sorry, summing up. You're allowed to sum up. So, Assembly Member Russell. Apologies.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assembly members. Thank you to Assembly Member Hall for the support and for the recognition that this fund will help Londoners, people living all across London. And I want to thank the Labour Group for their constructive support and their questions about how this could work. And I hope that we can get going. I would love to take you up on the offer of having further discussions on this, so that we can try and get something sorted out over this next month ahead of the final budget meeting in next month. Just to sort of address a couple of particular points, it would be a reserve fund for recognised resident groups to bid into, and obviously £500,000 is just a start. It's not meant to lead to competition, and the very fact that you're anticipating competition for it just goes to show how much this kind of funding is and support is actually needed. We did mention the potential for developers and landlords to contribute, but obviously that is not what we can discuss today, because that's obviously not part of the Mayor's budget process. Thank you. And I hope people will vote for our motion.
Thank you. Sorry for misleading the Assembly earlier. I got the rules completely wrong. Now to sum up for the first motion, Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much indeed. And whilst I'm on my feet, I would like to say that I will be supporting the Green Amendment as well, because I think planning processes are notoriously complicated. Ballots are purposely designed to favour a yes vote often, and I think it really would help true democracy. So I'm really pleased to support that initiative today. Just to respond, first of all, thank you very much to my colleagues in the Green and Conservative groups for your kind words and support for this hub. And I hear what Labour is saying, and I understand you're in a difficult position. This is your mayor, so amending his budget is politically tricky for you. And so I think, reasonable for you to say there's not enough money here. Well, you could ask for more money. You could lobby within the Labour Party to try to get more money if you really wanted to support this. And we have based this on the EU Londoners Hub. And I pick up what Assembly Member Moema has said, saying the government should be providing this. Well, the government should have provided it for EU citizens, and they didn't. And so the Mayor stepped in to help EU Londoners. And I kind of feel we're in the same position again. I understand the politics here. I understand it's difficult, but I would hope behind the scenes you might be able to lobby. If you think we need more money here, let's try to get that additional money. We know more money has been found in the last week with the draft budget that came out, and we know there'll be more coming up when we get to the final budget. And this isn't just, an idea that Hina and I came up with, as I said earlier. If you look, this came from the Fire Resilience Committee last year, chaired by a Labour member. It was an idea that everyone pushed. So I think trying to develop that idea, trying to make sure we can provide and signpost people and give them the support they need, surely is something we should be doing if London government is to be relevant to Londoners. So please, I would hope you might reconsider, even if you don't your vote today, look at how you can work on this behind the scenes to help all those people who are living with the absolute hell of this fire and fire safety and building crisis.
Thank you for that. I'll now call on the clerk to call for votes on each budget amendment in the order that they were moved, not as what I said earlier. So.
Thank you, Chair. So first we'll be calling for a vote on the budget amendment in the name of Assemblymember Russell. Votes are by a simple show of hands at this stage unless any member requests otherwise, and a simple majority is required to pass an amendment at this stage. So please can I see votes in favour of Assemblymember Russell's budget amendment? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 in favour, Chair. Votes against, please. That is no votes against, Chair, so that is carried. And we now move to votes on the budget amendment in the name of Assemblymember Pigeon. Please can I see votes in favour? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favour, Chair. And can I see votes against? That is no votes against, Chair, so that amendment is carried. Please bear with me, members, and I will read out the text summarising. So 2 budget amendments have now been agreed. In accordance with Standing Order 6.7e, the substantive motion before the Assembly falls without a further vote being required. And in accordance with paragraph 5.5 of Schedule 6 to the GLA Act 1999 as amended, the draft consolidated budget is deemed to have been agreed as amended by those 2 budget amendments. And just to confirm that those amendments are cumulative, so both are passed together. We now move on, Chair, to budget-related motions. Before I do, can I just check if there are any other budget amendments that a member wishes to bring forward? In that case, Chair, we move on to budget-related motions. There are 4 budget-related motions, and the clerk is just going to bring them round if members could just bear with us.
Thank you. Excellent. Now, what's the order?
This order here, so...
Oh, it's on here. Sorry.
So,
what's the logic, just in case challenged?
It's the order in which they came in.
They came in.
So technically all 3 of these came at the exact same time because they're all from the Green Group, and so they have chosen the order because they gave them to us,
Yeah.
And then the Conservative ones received last. So.
Okay, yeah. That's super. Thank you. Does everybody have a full set of budget-related motions in front of them? Speak now. Thank you. It used to be so much easier when they were on coloured paper. But Secretariat's going to hate me for saying that. It's one level of complication. We're going to move on to the budget-related motions, and we are considering this on the order is on the basis of the timing of when they were received. And so the first motion it will be proposed by Assembly Member Russell. And that's London's public realm.
Thank you, Chair. As I outlined just earlier, our group is preventing individual motions relating to the budget. And while I would love to persuade you all with a fully financed plan for more toilets for London, and this chamber welcomed our idea for this 2 years ago, unfortunately, until we have a bit more clarity on what is available to spend and when, I will present the simple principles behind this budget-related motion. Many of you know that my campaigning on reducing road danger is how I ended up in politics. It's an uncontroversial idea. Our roads should be safe for children, older and disabled people to walk along and cross without dodging fast-flowing traffic. A big part of reducing danger on our roads is putting pedestrians first, or at the very least, even considering their safety and convenience when designing our roads. And while the Mayor has done good work in this area, he inherited a lot of hostile roads and junctions that have light-controlled signals for motor traffic, but nothing to help people on foot who are left to take their chances while crossing the road. And talking about taking your chances, that's exactly how it's felt for many Londoners heading for a day out in our city, not knowing where to find a loo or whether they'll find one open at all. The outdoor socialising during the lockdowns made the lack of toilets much more urgent for many of us and showed just how poorly we are served in London. Our high streets, parks, open spaces and vast swathes of London's neighbourhoods are toilet deserts. In fact, when the Health Committee surveyed Londoners, thousands of them responded and 91% said they did not feel toilet provision was adequate in our city. Unfortunately, for vast numbers of Londoners, older people, people on their period, people with disabilities, pregnant people, people caring with small children, this was not a new problem. The Health Committee survey results back this up too, revealing that finding a toilet was even harder if you have a disability or a long-term health condition. We heard from constituents and campaigners that people are purposefully dehydrating themselves over concerns that they might not be able to find a loo when away from home. Some people even feel they cannot leave the house at all for fear of being stuck without access to a toilet if they need one. Now, the Mayor's Good Growth programme has been doing some toilet upgrades, which is great, but it's a small programme of refurbishments trying to battle against the dire reality of our public toilets being at risk of total extinction. And while we wait forever for the government to follow up on the Health Committee's strong recommendation to make the provision of toilets a statutory duty for local authorities with ring-fence funding, we're all left holding on. Again, it's a very basic problem shared by everyone who visits, lives and works in our city, and it's simply a lack of money and will that prevents that very basic solution. So the ask of this motion is simple, and the benefits are universal for everyone in London. We ask that some money is allocated to improving our public realm by providing new free public toilets and pedestrian crossings where they are most needed. We can argue about how much to spend, how many we need, how to maintain them and where they should go later, but the principle is that we need them. And it's shameful that these most basic necessities are not freely, adequately available in a leading world city like London. And the Mayor can do something and leave a lasting legacy of more loos and safe crossings. I hope you'll join me in supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Berry to second.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you again, Assembly Member Russell, for proposing an excellent idea to the Assembly. We're seeking in this motion to note the previous positions of the Assembly and now call for action on them in the budget. We previously agreed that no junction that has signals to control motor traffic should lack a signal-protected pedestrian crossing, and we know that public toilets are a pressing issue for Londoners. The Talk London consultation on the topic had one of the biggest responses of any ever conducted on that website. And I well remember the equivalent meeting to this when we put forward an amendment to add more funding for public toilets, how every group stood up and said that is a very good idea. And there's a good reason why these issues get broad support, because they're common issues. They're about human rights. We've all had that problem when we've needed to go. For some people, it limits their lives to not be able to get out freely into the world. Sanitation, it is a basic right, and so is being able to cross the road safely. So when there's a major road crossing with signals for traffic, it's unacceptable and unbelievable that we can then expect people on foot to do without a green light crossing for them and simply keep their wits about them, as one former mayor might have put it. So, yeah, not having pedestrian crossings at junctions makes them more dangerous, and it cannot be right that today there are over 250 junctions in London where there are signals for motor traffic and not for people to cross the road. We unanimously passed a motion in March last year making this point very clearly, and it's very disappointing that instead of seeing more investment in pedestrian crossings in the current budget plans, we are actually seeing cuts in investment. Now, I discussed with the Mayor earlier how the business rates reserve is, in this budget today, holding over £78 million, which is planned to be assigned in the final budget. So the Mayor would please a lot of people if he were to put more of this funding in his final budget, and I hope the Assembly will agree to call for this today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. What we're now going to do is we're going to have all the budget-related motions proposed and seconded, and then we'll go to the debate. So don't feel I'm leaving you out. The second motion is proposed by Assembly Member Berry, and that's seconded by Assembly Member Polanski. Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bearing with us while we propose another really sensible thing in this meeting. What we would like the Assembly to do today is to require the Mayor to provide us with enough information in the public sphere so that we can have the discussion that we need to about the cancellation of the Silvertown Tunnel. Now, I know that many members around this table won't agree with that proposal, but to deny us the information we need to be able to put forward an amendment, as we have done in previous years when the things we were cancelling were the preparation costs, simply because we've signed a contract, I don't think that is right for the Mayor to do. We don't have many powers as a London Assembly. As members, we're here primarily to scrutinise the Mayor and investigate issues of interest to Londoners and put forward ideas and proposals. So we don't have many actual powers, but we do have this one. And I think it isn't right for the Mayor to fetter our power in this way by denying us this information. I hope you'll all vote for this. It simply asks for democracy to be followed, for the right information to be given to us, to be allowed to be released into the public sphere, for us to have that debate on the proposals that we want to put forward. And I hope you'll allow us to do that by backing this motion today.
Thank you. Assembly Members Polanski to second.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to amplify briefly my colleague, Assembly Member Berry, by saying this is an issue of democracy. This is not about the merits or not the merits of a Silvertown tunnel. That debate can happen another day, as it often does. This is about transparency. And all I would say is, last week in the chamber, virtually, I asked the mayor a question about spy-free shopping, a completely another subject. But he gave me an answer that was about transparency. He said that all the member was looking for was information and transparency, and that is not an unreasonable request. I would say it's the exact same principle here. This is not about whether you agree with the tunnel or disagree with it. This is about having the accurate information to be able to do our job, to represent Londoners, to have the full picture, to then make decisions based on the full picture and not where information has not been given. So I hope everyone, regardless of their position on the tunnel, will agree that as Assembly members we should represent Londoners with full and accurate information. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go on to the next motion to be proposed. It's looking like a green tag team here, because Assembly Member Polanski, could you propose the next motion?
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. The last couple of years have been devastating for so many Londoners, and it has absolutely exposed the complete failure of our current economic system, whether it is the loss of the universal credit uplift or the unevenness of the furlough scheme. What is happening right now is not working. The time for universal basic income is here, and we've already agreed that in this chamber. And the Mayor's own research shows that 130,000 Londoners could be lifted out of poverty by this scheme. Now, I know people have opposed a universal basic income in the past with all sorts of arguments, but I would just say this very clearly. Poverty is not a lack of character, it's a lack of cash. And we know that lack of cash can cause deprivation, it can cause unemployment, it can cause violence, it can get people caught in all different spirals. And what universal basic income can do is lift everyone out of poverty and not leave anyone high and dry. Now, what this motion specifically does is look at a community-based fund. Because we don't think anyone should have universal basic income thrust upon them, that has to be a conversation. But that conversation should be community-led, and we're here to have that conversation. So please do support this motion that empowers communities to be able to make those decisions for themselves and brings a universal basic income that can make London an even more forward-thinking city and make sure we give everyone the support and security they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon to second.
Lovely, thank you very much indeed. Since the pandemic started, it's become clearer than ever that our social security system is not fit for purpose, and the most vulnerable in our communities are being failed. And even though extra economic support measures were put in place during the pandemic, which were welcome, they were not enough to protect lower-income households, those in insecure jobs and the self-employed. Had a universal basic income been in place, our society, I think, would have been considerably more resilient. Now, I support this motion for a community-led UBI trial in London. I think it's a liberal scheme and one we have long advocated. And we all know that London has some of the highest deprivation levels in the country. So the benefits of a universal basic income in the capital could be significant. We need to take the opportunity to get going and explore this properly. And a trial that involves the community, I think, is really smart because it's designed to support and allows them to define how it will work rather than being designed by top-down policymakers. And it will ensure we have a system that works for the people using it and will help to foster trust between those communities, the Mayor and the Assembly. Financial security is absolutely essential to a mature, thriving and stable society. And UBI would give people flexibility in the job market, greater freedom and safety, which in turn will help London's economy thrive. So let's move forward, explore the options before us to ensure no Londoner is living in poverty. I really hope we can have cross-party support for this motion today.
Thank you. And move on to the final budget-related motion, and that's in the name of Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm very pleased to stand here and propose this budget-related motion. We on this side certainly understand the challenges facing the GLA. We know the problems that COVID has brought, and we know that we've got to rebuild the economy, businesses and tourism, all vital to London, and we've got to make sure that we've got enough housing for those who need it, and of course we have to keep people safe. We know Londoners are facing challenges, and the amendments earlier highlighted just some of the people that are suffering. Rising bills, lots of other pressures, and we could debate the ins and outs of all of that for a very long time. But in terms of what we can do, we must look at what we can do in here what the Mayor can do with his budget, and that's what we should concentrate on. The Mayor also has a responsibility to balance his budget, but every time he does, he balances it on the back of Londoners. And our motion sets out just some of the examples of where he is costing Londoners. This is the third largest uplift in the mayoral precept in history at this time. Expanded the ULEZ earlier than planned, and now he's laid foundations for a major increase in road charging across London, which will hit many poor Londoners the hardest. We heard only this morning that he has still got the boundary charge up for grabs. That will impact people in outer London horrifically, as well as people in inner London. It will cost you, if this comes in, for your family to visit you. It will cost businesses, because very often people that go to businesses that are on the outskirts of London, if people are coming in from outer London, they just won't pay the extra charge. They'll find somebody local. This will all make a vast difference to those who have less money. There's no additional funding going into the ULEZ scrappage scheme. It's all very well, and it's good to have the ambition of cleaning up the air. We all agree on that. But for goodness sake, give those without much money assistance to actually change their cars in. Everybody wins if that happens. Congestion charge, we all know about that. And one of the worst things is this Mayor prioritises spin over substance with £1 million press team, £1 million, and £11 million going on a promotional agency. We must look at all of this. This always affects the poorest the most. We hear so much from other groups about how we must look after the poor, and you are right. But none of these things will help poor Londoners. None of them. And yet we see things going up all the time under this Mayor. And all he ever does is blame the government. As I say, let's concentrate on what the Mayor can do. He's justified his council tax increase earlier, insisting it was the only way to balance the book at TfL, and that's not true. Every year it's always something to justify the increase. He got a boost last week in being able to make use of his business rate reserve, and he set out earlier how he may be making use of that. Well, could he do that differently? We should be looking at that. And we know in February the Mayor's budget always gets a boost, miraculously, and it's £170 million on average over the last 5 years. £170 million. So while we're all looking at the budget, painstakingly going through all these budgets, they're changed drastically a month later. Drastically. In our amendment last February, we found a way to use some of that money to boost funding to freeze council tax. But that's just one way of helping struggling Londoners. Our motion is about saying to the Mayor, look at what you have, look at the funding you have and that you're expecting, and help Londoners. Help them to get back on their feet, to recover. Doing that can only help London at the same time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Fortune to second.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a few things clear and dispel some myths before I start. And that's that I hear no argument from this side of the chamber against improving air quality. I hear no argument from this side of the chamber against the transition to greener transport. I hear no argument from this side of the chamber against the ambitious plan for a cleaner, safer London. However, in this budget before us, I can see no solutions to help the lowest paid Londoners to transition to these cleaner vehicles. I see no solution to support charities, such as the excellent Dogs on the Streets, who were so recently denied help by the Mayor, to continue their good work. I see no solution to the concerns of our teachers, firefighters, nurses, the disabled, small businesses and families in outer London, who are living under the shadow of numerous threatened taxes, an expanded ULEZ, a London-wide expanded ULEZ, a boundary charge, and a blanket daily charge just to drive to work. I see no solutions. I hear blame, I hear obfuscation, and I hear excuses from this gish-galloping mayor. The Conservative group identified 50 million of potential financial support for the hardest hit. We called for extra help for charities and small businesses by reopening the scrappage schemes. And we call, via this motion, for the mayor to use his powers to provide real support for struggling Londoners. Now, for context, as Assemblymember Hall pointed out, the mayor has increased his office budget by £300,000. His PR budget is £1 million, and there's an extra 11 million allocated for PR firms. Like a reverse Robin Hood, he takes money from the poorest Londoners to divert to his Facebook page. The tweets fly whilst the tubes stop. We need a mayor who is listening to Londoners, not one who is continuing to hit the poorest the hardest. Thank you.
Thank you. We can now open a debate on the budget-related motions. The first Assembly member I've seen is Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to speak on the Green motion about providing toilets and pedestrian crossings. Starting with the junctions, I do agree there are a number of junctions in my area. Actually, I'm campaigning for pedestrian phases on the A12 and on the A127. It's quite ridiculous. It's almost deadly. People have to take their lives in their hands. The young children have to cross there, and there's no way of doing it. So absolutely support that. In relation to toilets, the only thing I'd like to add, and I think it's a shame we didn't add it on here actually, was the fact that we need to be mindful of bus drivers. There are a number of routes where there are no toilet facilities for bus drivers, and I think we should emphasise that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just remind members there is a peculiar rule over these budget motions that each member can only speak once on all the motions. So you don't get 4 goes, you get 1 go to speak, to address all 4. So sorry about that, and for that reason I've had to edit some of the list. So the next member to speak is Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. And I only wanted to speak briefly in support of the Green motion regarding the public realm improvements and toilets. Obviously, myself and Caroline worked hard on this report within the Health Committee, so I think it's important to show our support as a group here for that cross-party work, which I believe will be extremely valuable to so many vulnerable Londoners. Indeed, we heard so many moving testimonies at that meeting about those that journey across our public transport in fear or avoid journeys entirely and see access to toilets on our public transport as a barrier to getting from A and B. So I wholeheartedly back the motion, and I think what we look at especially is the stark drop in public toilets over the year, where we have to reflect that has been the low-hanging fruit for many local authorities and indeed for TfL themselves. But it doesn't have to be that way going forward. And while we're looking at the budget, we've seen that actually there's so many innovative solutions to encouraging more public toilets. So we can bring in the public, private and charity sectors to work together to create a network of infrastructure here that will support those that need our toilets the most. The previous mayor had a scheme called Open London, and I believe that's something that we could run again to try and open up the public toilet access within London. And a point that is very important to make is it's not just about toilet access, it's about the correct toilets. And so many of even our disabled toilets aren't actually fit for purpose at the moment and need to be revisited. And so actually that's one of the major issues we're facing, is that even if we see that there's a disabled toilet marked and somebody's accessing that on their journey, they're finding when they arrive there it's not actually suitable for their needs. So making sure that all disabled toilets are suitable for the public that use them is an extremely important element of this as well. And so I just wanted to finish by saying that we're in complete support with this motion. I believe it's completely achievable, even within budget constraints. There's so much more we can be doing. And to thank Assembly Member Russell for her tireless work in this area. Thanks.
Just in the order, the interest of this debate, there was some confusion earlier about whether or not a seconder is a contributor, because, of course, a seconder will only second one particular motion, and you shouldn't have to have that right taken away from you. So the next person is Assembly Member Pigeon. So apologies, Assembly Member.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm speaking rather more this afternoon than I had originally planned to today, so apologies for that. I wanted to speak on the different motions we've got before us. I obviously understand where the Conservative group are coming from their political point of view, but I can't support their motion today. I think the number of the assumptions are just not accurate. London, for example, many low-income Londoners just don't own cars. It's not even in their world to own a car. Most people use public transport, so I don't feel that that's accurate. And I do think we have to recognise the terrible financial position that London is in the sense that lots of things London can't bid for funding for. So I think it needs to be more rounded. So I completely understand where you're coming from, but obviously I can't support that motion. The one on safer crossings and toilets, of course, I fully support, and this is about accessibility at every level, and free public toilets is part of that. I'm very happy to support that. But I particularly wanted to speak on the Silvertown motion. You know, it's argued that because Transport for London has entered into a PFI contract with Riverlinks, full details of this contract can't be published. But we are dealing with huge amounts of public money being spent here. And whilst I recognise there is the issue of commercial confidentiality, that's an aspect of all contracts, the broad implications of a policy should be in the public domain. And, you know, I think that, you know, the Mayor and advocates of the Silvertown Tunnel, if they're so confident in their position, it should be possible to find a way to ensure that the broad cancellation costs are made public. And let's not forget, when Sadiq Khan was first elected Mayor of London, he said he would be the most open and transparent Mayor of London ever. Well, a good start would be by publishing a broad cost of what cancelling the Silvertown Tunnel would be. And let's put that into the open, and let's have a proper debate about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Duval.
And thank you for colleagues in terms of promoting their amendments and motions for the debate. On this side, can we just deal with the Conservative motion? I detect a change. We don't have amendments anymore because we know they unravel in 24 hours. We've now got a motion which just is unravelling as we begin to start this debate. The issues are, where does it unravel? Some of the council tax issues, both for fire, for policing, are connected to loss of grant. If you don't put the council tax up, your government takes money away. Why would we lose those resources? Why would we do it? TfL, some of the issues of TfL, it's your government that's been in secret negotiation and tried to tie up Sadiq Khan so he can't share those conversations with people in London. Have been promoting some of these ideas and trying to do it and say, oh, no, we're not going to touch it. We want you to do it. We want you to consider it and all the rest of it. Stop this nonsense over there about where we are on these issues. There should be consensus around us. And I recognise there might be some in here. I'm going to look forward to testing this new conservatism that we've got on the Assembly in the coming months on these issues that you talk about the poorest in society. I genuinely believe some of you believe that, what was said in terms of the promote of the motion. Well, let's test it. Let's test it and see it over the coming months. But no, we're not taken in by this motion or your new style in terms of debates here. We will be against it for some of the reasons that others have indicated during this debate. Others will contribute. Let's turn to the other amendments that we've got. And look, on Silvertown Tunnel, we totally agree on transparency. We think this is a bit of a red herring, but there is a point to be made. And I thought Assemblymember Caroline Pidgeon raised those issues about transparency and the promoters of it. Let's be very clear, this project is proceeding. We have been told, oversight members have been told what the costs are privately. I have a view about that, and many are shared around this table, that should be open. It should be open, and we should be able to debate it. There is this issue of commercial confidentiality, but with some creativity, why shouldn't we have that conversation of where it can? So we will be abstaining on this issue, abstaining not in the sense of being outright opposed to it, but abstaining in terms of this, and we're not sure in terms of how it will be used. What we would hate to do, to see the public being misled on a project, which has been the case in the past on some aspects of this project. On terms of universal basic income, no. No. We cannot have an open-ended commitment on a pilot scheme, quite frankly, at this moment in time, of where we promote it as a regional authority, or even our colleagues in local government. It's up to them if they want to put themselves forward. We think this is a national project. This is where you need a change in national government to promote these issues. I'm not opposed to having a conversation and a debate about this, but it's about how do we go forward on it at this particular time, and I'm not sure if this is a good way forward in terms of that. Still wish to continue the conversation, would like to see someone do it. I don't think our colleagues in local government should pick it up, and I don't think our colleagues in region. It needs national government to come to play with this because of the implications. You cannot have little autonomous fiefdoms that decide they're going to go it alone and you think it's going to be all right. Life doesn't work like that and should not work like that, but we do need to understand it more. In terms of the final one, on the toilets and pedestrians, this caused the most difficulty within not our group, but the difficulty is we know it's a big and important issue, and both the issues, and we're grateful for the people that have raised it, and I think certainly we're grateful for the conversation to take place. But again, it's an open-ended. We heard this morning that we're not doing nothing. Of course we want to do more. But why would we sign up to an open-ended commitment without thinking what that implications are? Of course there are priorities, and I thought that was eloquently put by our Green colleagues around that. So again, we won't be opposing this, but we will abstain, partly because we think there's more work that needs to be done, not that actually the spirit of that is not an important issue within our communities, because it clearly is. My recent ill health issues know what it means when you're searching for a toilet. So yes, we're all there, all been there, and we will be there at some time if we're not there at the moment. So finally, in terms of this budget, I want to talk about the Mayor's budget very quickly in the final time that I've got, if someone's going to give me how many seconds I've got. This budget that the Mayor has given is a budget that's taken place...
Actually, Assembly Member Duval, you've just 9 seconds over time.
9 seconds. It's a good budget. The Mayor's budget deserves our support. It's actually listening to what Londoners need, and he's doing what Londoners need, and particularly around policing in London.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Now, Assembly Member Sahota. Dr. Sahota, please.
I wanted to speak on the motion regarding the Green motion on the public realm, particularly about the toilets. This is a report which, of course, the Health Committee brought out, and it was passed unanimously or with consensus across all three groups, and it's something which we all do support. And I think but the real issue which we realised was that why has the number of toilets gone down in London? It's because the local councils were not mandated to provide them, and the councils have faced an unprecedented level of cuts to them, and that's why they've gone down. And the second issue is that once you build a toilet, that's all right. Building is easy, the capital cost of it, but it's the regular maintenance of it and making sure that it's functioning all the time. So I wholeheartedly support this need to have more toilets in London, that I recognise that 500,000 of Londoners have special needs in terms of ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease, and they need special facilities. I really recognise that. We also recognise the fact that TfL are making access to the toilets much more easier and cost-free, and where some work needs to be done, they are doing it. This morning, the Mayor responded to the report by the Health Committee and said that he fully supports the report and will do all in his powers to assist that. And I think all members of the Health Committee at least got that letter from the Mayor. So we also know that the Mayor has used some of his Good Growth Fund to refurbish some of the 250 toilets across London and has been working on this issue. But of course, this is all amongst competing needs on London budgets. And this is a budget debate we're having. This hasn't been costed out. It's an open-ended check. There's no way that any budget committee, any accountant would sign this off without it being budgeted. And the second issue is that we are facing an unprecedented funding crisis in TfL, and this Mayor is expected to balance the books up. The government is making it very difficult for us to do this. We are facing a consequence of managed rundown, possibly a reduction of 8% cut to our bus services, and therefore there's no way that however we want to support this motion, that we can give an uncosted check against the Mayor's budget. So that's the reason why we will abstain. We're not against the arguments, we're not against the principles, but we can't do it, and certainly not in the context of a budget debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address a few of the points that have been made in the Conservative Group budget motion, which I am disappointed not to receive an amendment this year. And I'd like to compliment the group on going across a whole series of different areas and pulling that together. I think the problem that I have with the arguments that have been extended by the Conservatives in the room today is that the worry about the mayoral precept being increased, that is due to the fact that the government, and this is also why councils across the country are putting up their council tax. Londoners pay tax. We all pay tax. We all pay vehicle excise duty. And indeed, actually, I thought the Conservative group supported us over the issue of vehicle excise duty coming back to Londoners. And, the 500 million that we pay in, it's not a begging bowl talking about going to government to support local government. That's why we're having a social care crisis across the country as well. So when we're looking at, the need for local authorities across the board, whether Conservative, Liberal Democrat or Labour, I'm not sure if there are any Green currently at the moment, actually, putting up council tax, they're in the same position as the London Mayor. They are failing to get the support that they need from government to provide those services, and all councils get central government support to provide those services, as well as levying their own precepts. Moving on to the other points that are made in there, they're almost all to do with air quality. And, I seem to remember previous Assembly member Gareth Bacon promoting a report called something to do with, breathing more easily. Why would you want to restrict the ULEZ? It's quite clear that the ULEZ has made an enormous difference since it came in central London. The expansion has only just taken place. It's crucial. We still have filthy air, toxic air in London, so that has got to be done. Some of the points at the end about the congestion charge level and the over 60 Oyster card are all wrapped up in the failure of government or the desire of government to play politics with a long-term settlement for TfL, which we all recognise, and I had thought that all Assembly members supported, was essential for London's transport to continue to function, bearing in mind that half of the population of London are not car owners. So it's absolutely critical to have that funding in place, and not just for a few weeks here and there. Finally, I just wanted to say something about the underfunding, not just, I've just talked about the failure to properly agree a deal for TfL, but the underfunding of London's police force. It has been cut and cut and cut since 2015, the funding for London's police, which is when we've seen crime going up and up. And, we have all sat in meetings here and in committee meetings and talked about the impact on young people, knife crime and so on and so forth. But let's not forget, you know, even the government itself admits that we are underfunded for the national and international capital city grant. We don't get enough for that, and yet nobody has moved Buckingham Palace or the Palace of Westminster out of London. We still have to protect those buildings and the people within them from attacks. We all know that there are many attacks that have hardly been mentioned. There are new resources that the police have needed, and even, let's face it, the mayoral candidate from last year, one Assembly Member Bailey, who I'm glad to see you here today, and it's very nice to have heard from you. We haven't heard from you for several weeks, was saying that it wasn't enough to have 6,000 of the 20,000 police coming to London, and saying that we needed 8,000 of the police to come to London. And I can see you're nodding and you agree. So that's why, although the mayor has had to make a very hard decision about putting up the council tax precept, we need safety on the streets of London. We need additional police officers. That's what Cressida Dick is calling for. That's what the Met says they need as their resources. And I hope that you will all vote against the Conservative motion, which is specious. I'm going to be polite, and to vote in favour of the Mayor's budget, because we do need these resources in London. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Assembly Member Desai.
Chair, it's just a point of information, and perhaps other colleagues might be able to give more details. But as I understand the situation, if the Mayor does not use his powers in terms of the precept, then he loses, the government does not give the corresponding share of the grant that would normally be coming to London. So that is what happened under the previous mayoralty, when the council tax precept was not used. So Londoners do lose out. So I think that point of information needs to be made with clarity and get out there in the public domain.
Thank you. Are there any other contributions before we go to the summing up from, because I'm not allowing anybody in once people start summing up. Okay. So we'll sum up in reverse order. So Assembly Member Hall, if you'd like to sum up your motion.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. If I can take some of these comments and answer them, I'll start with Assembly Member Cooper. And everybody else, if you're interested, you will of course receive a proper amendment to the budget. But when we've got a proper budget, the budget we're all looking at now bears absolutely no resemblance whatsoever to the one we will get in a month's time. The average over the last 5 years is it's gone up £170 million in 1 month. £170 million. And then, having done all the budget amendments at this stage, everybody then says, oh, yes, yes, pass it through. And nobody commented on it, especially from the side over there. It is disgraceful the amount it changes by on a very, well, annually. It's not even a one-off, it's annually. So be assured you will get an amendment, a proper amendment. I know full well that you won't support it, whatever it says in it, whether it possesses a toilet on every corner of every street, along with a police officer. You still would not agree to it, because it's your mayor, it's a Labour budget, and you will do as I'm sure you are asked to do. In response to Assembly Member Pigeon, I know a lot of Londoners don't have cars, but I also know an awful lot of poor Londoners do, and they're often the ones that do shift work. And the amount of extra money they're going to have to pay, whether it's on ULEZ, whether it's on congestion charge, whether it's just not being able to replace these vehicles because they can't get hold of any money on a scrappage scheme. And we've shown you all how to deal with the scrappage scheme. You've been told enough times where the money would come from. This would help poorer Londoners, and I think it's a great shame. As I say, I know they don't all have them, but the ones that do have them and the ones that work the very peculiar hours are very often the poorest. Not to mention also our wonderful police officers, firefighters, nurses, etc., all who work through the night. So I would say that to you, Assembly Member Pigeon. Assembly Member Duval, you can absolutely test our concern for poor Londoners, and I would refer you back to our motion, because they are the ones we do have in mind, I assure you. I know it's not a popular thought with Labour that the Conservatives are concerned about poorer Londoners, but I'm telling you here and now, yes, we blooming well are. And I hope that our motion reflects that, because it's supposed to. I can only imagine, therefore, you do support the spin from our Mayor, the £1 million press team, £11 million going to promotion agencies. Good for you. I'm sure that helps the poor immensely. May I remind all of you that this Mayor does have a £19+ billion budget of his own, not to mention the billions of pounds that the government gives him for TfL, that the government gives him for building houses, etc. All of that goes into the pot, and yet all I hear from him is going on, as I said, like a deranged parrot the other day, about the government and how much they should give him. It goes on and on and on. It's ridiculous. I do hope that some of you realise that we are coming from the right direction. We do want money to go to areas that will help the poorest of Londoners. We have pointed out in our motion the things that will harm the poorest Londoners the most. And I would ask you to vote for it. I know full well why some of you can't and why some of you won't. But nevertheless, these things have to be put down. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'm now going to call on Assembly Member Polanski to sum up the motion on universal basic income.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say I'm amazed at the representative from the Labour group. I would have thought that this was somewhere where actually we could get consensus. And I have to wonder, is this going to be one of these things that Greens campaign on for years, as we have been doing, with other parties, and eventually Labour come round to it and then say, oh, we made this happen all along. This is the time we need to make this happen. We're in a crisis. I agree with you. We need it nationally, but we are not MPs. We're not in charge of the government. This is the London Assembly, and we have a Labour Mayor. So this is an opportunity to get that done. And how do you think clinical trials work if they're not testing to find a remedy? And the remedy here is for poverty. And actually, Martin Luther King said we can eradicate poverty with a universal basic income. But we don't need to look at such lofty figures. We could look over to Wales. Mark Drakeford, Labour, he is trialling a universal basic income. So the attitude towards it, that no, seems very strange. But weirdest of all is how out of step it is with Londoners. YouGov just did a poll this week that showed 50% of Londoners support a universal basic income, with only 22% opposed. So yes, let's have that conversation, but let's have it with a pilot where we can actually get results and data and include people and have that conversation. And finally, you say that this is little autonomous fiefdoms. Well, you use that phrase, but I would say this is community empowerment. So let's have more of it, not less of it.
Thank you. Now I'd like to call Assembly Member Berry to sum up on the motion related to the transparency of the cost of cancelling Silvertown Tunnel.
Thank you very much. We had some really constructive comments in response to this motion, so I don't feel the need to convince you all any further. I thank Assemblymember Duval for your comments on transparency, and Assemblymember Pigeon too, for being very clear that this is a broad estimate we need, one that we can use in a budget amendment, and then we can have that debate about whether or not to cancel it or not. Obviously, you know, I thank you all for bearing with us today while we keep speaking on different issues. Normally, you'll recall, we do normally bring forwards a whole range of different proposals in one budget amendment. But I think, as Assemblymember Hall has said, and Assemblymember Russell pointed out before, we haven't yet got the firmness of the budget that we need in order to be able to say exactly how we're going to pay for the things we want to do. And Silvertown is one of those. I really want to show you all how we could pay for the cancellation or the pausing of this contract. But I'm not being given that opportunity. And I might be able to want to do that with one of the other groups from what I heard earlier as well. You know, Assembly members ought to be able to have this debate. And I'm really pleased that hopefully we will, as an Assembly, pass this motion today and hear back from the Mayor on that challenge on transparency. So thank you very much. We always try to push the Mayor to be better and to do better, and I think that's something we're going to do at the end of today, and it's been a good afternoon for us. Thank you.
And finally, in summing up, I've been told I can't talk about Assemblymember Russell's motion on toilets because that would be inappropriate. So your motion, Assemblymember Russell, if you could sum up, please.
That's sad. I'd have loved to have heard from you, Chair, on the motion on toilets and crossings. So I'm going to just pick up on all the things that people have said about this motion. Assemblymember Prince, I absolutely recognise how scary these roads and hostile they are, and how difficult it is to cross the road in your patch in London. I came and visited for the Hostile Streets rapporteurship, and we had to, it took us about an hour and a half to walk round one big roundabout because it was just so difficult to get across the road. And I absolutely take your point about toilets for bus drivers. That's something that we've done a lot of work on this Assembly in the past, and it's a very, very well-made point. And Assemblymember Best, thank you for your support for the work of the Health Committee on toilets, and that also to Dr. Sahota. It is, I think the support of this Assembly for the importance of making sure that we have enough toilets in London is absolutely critical, and I really appreciate the recognition of that, and from Assemblymember Pidgeon. I just wanted to also, though, to emphasise the point that these are not budget amendments that we're voting on now. These are budget-related motions, because we don't have enough information to put together a proper budget amendment, and that's a point that has been threaded through my speeches today. And so this is about principle. It's about saying we want the Mayor to have a look at these issues when he comes back to us next month with his final budget. So I then just have to go to Assemblymember Hall, and I really appreciate the cross-party support that has been shown for the things that we've presented today. But I am really sorry that your motion there's too many fundamental policy differences around the ULEZ, and I'm afraid that's something that we won't be able to step aside on. So we won't be supporting your motion, and I'm sorry about that. So I hope everyone votes in favour of the toilets and the crossings.
Thank you. I will now ask the clerk to conduct the votes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to call for votes on the motions in the order they were moved. So the first motion which members are asked to vote on is the motion in the name of Assemblymember Russell in relation to improving London's public realm by providing new toilets and pedestrian crossings. Please can I see all votes in favour? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 12 in favour, Chair. Can I see those votes against? That is no votes against, Chair, so that is carried. The second motion which members are asked to vote on is the motion in the name of Assemblymember Berry, and it relates to transparency on the costs of cancelling Silvertown Tunnel. Please can I see votes in favour? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sorry. 11. Apologies. 11 votes in favour, Chair. And can I see votes against, please? That is no votes against, Chair, so that is carried. The third motion which members are voting on is the motion in the name of Assemblymember Polanski, and that relates to universal basic income. Please can I see votes in favour? That is 1, 2, 3, 4 votes in favour, Chair. And please can I see votes against? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That is 19 votes against, Chair, and that motion falls, Chair. The final motion which members are voting on is the motion in the name of Assemblymember Hall. Can I please see votes in favour? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes in favour, Chair. And please can I see votes against? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 votes against, Chair. That motion also falls. So, Assembly members, can I just check there are no requests for an indicative name vote on each constituent body's final council tax requirement, understanding Order 6.120? No. And can I do a final check to confirm if there are any further formal budget amendments or any further budget-related motions, please? Thank you very much. In that case, just to sum up the outcome of that item, I can confirm that 2 budget amendments have been agreed, and in accordance with paragraph 5.5 of Schedule 6 to the GLA Act 1999, the draft consolidated budget is deemed to have been agreed as amended by the 2 amendments. That concludes the Assembly's consideration of the draft consolidated budget. The Assembly will consider the Mayor's final draft budget proposals at its meeting on the 24th of February 2022, and that concludes consideration of that item, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. The date of the next meeting is scheduled to be the plenary meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 10th of February 2022 in the chamber here. I have not been notified of any urgent business, and so I bring this meeting to a close. Thank you very much.